ritual, to get you into it. So thank you once again for joining me on another session or segment on Maiyegun's Diary Politico, your everyday up-to-date platform when it comes to what is going on in Nigeria, especially. You can actually count on the platform. So thank you to those of you who have been long time, brethren in the temple of truth. So let's get to it now. The news that is currently trending is that of the released Kirby Schoolgirls. So according to them now, they have released all of the kidnapped girls from Kirby school. And like what happened in Deruku, there is no arrest. There is no sort of confrontation. It was more or less like the Tifnumbu's government regime just went straight to the terrorists and said, please give us those people you take. A lot of people asking for them, give them to us, and they just handed them to them, right? So last night, Onoponuga, Tifnumbu's special advisor on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok, right, was with Charles on Arise, where they were having conversation about the state of security in Nigeria today. Onoponuga acted as a security, kind of like a security expert, because he attended the supposed Tifnumbu's security meeting. So expert Onoponuga was then briefing us on why the terrorists seem to have the free hand. They are everywhere. Because the reason is because the security officials can't really go to them because the security men, including government, they know these terrorists very well. Now, I want to believe that Onoponuga is a textbook, sort of like a definition of what putting the round pegs in the square hole or square pegs in the round holes, right? Which characterized the Tifnumbu's regime as leakers who suddenly have to speak on the state of national security in such a pedestrian way that is, if it was just like funny, like a joke, if it is not as much as embarrassing coming from his mouth. Onoponuga told us that Tifnumbu's regime knows these terrorists. Because if he says the security guys knows these terrorists, they know them, they know where they are. Isn't that an indictment on them? Because according to them, according to him, he said the reason why they didn't go there to go and, confront these terrorists was because there are civilians around them. Oh, I don't think I'm going to do justice to what he said, because the way I'm going to be saying it will probably sound much better than what he said exactly. So let's start with that before we go to Gumi. Onoponuga defending why the terrorists cannot be cleared out like that, and why the security men couldn't really go and rescue people from their, their custody or so, right? Now listen to this. This is Tifnumbu's special advisor on Twitter, Instagram, as well as a TikTok. He's a 90 years old. No, sorry. He's actually 80 years. No, maybe 70. But listen.
We've heard that people who've taken these students are likely to be bandits who are likely to ask for a ransom payment. Has any such ransom demand been received?
As far as I know, no.
And no indication of who they are?
Well, I said the security people, they know all the bandits that operate in that axis. They know them. They know them. So,
what about their location? Is that known as well?
They know. I don't want to be talking about the way they do their work, but I said they know all the gangsters operating along that route.
So why can't they destroy them before they go and attack these places? I don't understand why they have to come and wait.
Collateral damage. Look, our people are living around where they operate, so you can't just go there. Look. Something happened some years ago in I think Borno State. Ran. Even in somewhere, I think Sokoto or so, when the military thought they had the right satellite connection or something, and they went to bomb somewhere, only to find out.
Yes, we heard
they bombed the wrong people.
Yeah.
And they need to be very careful that in the course of chasing these bandits, you don't go and bomb innocent Nigerians.
Yeah, but you just said they know where they are.
I said no. They know where they operate. They know where they operate.
Right. So basically, you don't really have a clue at this stage, and I mean you, not you in particular, but the government in general, about how to deal with this. I mean, that's the way it sounds.
Government has a clue. I said, in the case of Niger, let the school authorities, let them even tell the security people, these are the people missing. So they know they have a picture of what the problem they really want to deal with.
Yeah, but you have a picture. I mean, everybody knows that according to the
according
school,
to the CAN chairman, they said,
more
okay,
than 300
give us
people have
the
been
names. Give us the names. They don't want to give us the names. Why? What are they hiding?
Yeah, but what about the people who've been reported to have escaped? I mean,
they didn't escape.
No, what I mean
they
is
didn't escape from the bandits.
Who hid away?
They were not. Nobody took them away.
Right. Okay.
They ran a tascator and they ran to their parents.
Right, okay. The president says he's approved the redeployment of police from VIPs to the protection of sort of threatened sites. Do you know where they're being sent to, those police that are
it's a matter of details for the police authority to work out. What the president was concerned with is basically that in fact, let me give you an example. One day we traveled from Kano to Dutse, about 2 hours on the very good road. Along that stretch, you only saw one police vehicle. So it means from Kano to Dutse, once you leave Kano and you are facing Dutse, most of the areas there are ungoverned. So no security presence, no police, nothing.
Well, the reason I'm asking you that is because, I mean, I'm wondering where they're being sent to, because we're hearing from people...
Many of our, like Eruku, when that incident happened, how many policemen were in Eruku? I think I landed either 3 or 4. So they could do nothing.
Yeah.
Either 3 or 4. So with 3, in fact, and I land they had, out of the 3 or 4, they had only 1 rifle.
That is bizarre. But that's also, that's a problem of the government.
It's a real problem. So whereas you have our policemen, including anti-riot policemen or something, protecting big men in Nigeria, and they are fully armed. Why can't you send them?
Yeah, but you're saying this as though you're suddenly realizing that this is what has been going. I mean, it's been going on for a long time.
It's because, if you want to fight all these crimes, you really need to have number. And we have number. We have policemen, not even enough, but we have number. Let's even deploy them to areas, vulnerable areas where they are most needed. And that's what government is doing. So we have policemen. I read a paper today that said about 100,000 policemen are guarding VIPs. 100,000, that will make a lot of difference.
Yeah.
If you share them out to vulnerable areas.
Indeed.
Along that axis of Northwest, if you send them there, they will.
Nuisance lele.
I don't know how you possibly feel, right? If I am in a country governed by the clowns like that, talking about national security like is just one random street cobbler being interviewed about the state of the security in Nigeria. This was somebody who sat in a room yesterday with Tifnumbu and others, the police IG, the DSS director, the NIA director, the chief of army staff, the chief of defense staff, some of their ministers on seat. They sat in a room that was supposed to be for security briefing. You need to actually see the image, by the way, but I'll show you that later. He sat through. So what did he hear? What did they tell Tifnumbu? Like, what were the data presented by those security chiefs? Because did you not hear him? He said, from Kano to Dutse, the entire area is ungoverned, from somebody who is speaking for president of a country. He is not just a random person. No. He speaks for the president of Nigeria. The one they told you is in charge. Tinubu is in charge. He knows what he's doing. All the military people are briefing him. They are telling him. Now, that's somebody who sat in the same room for God knows how many minutes or how many hours. He was in the room. He had possibly security. They gave him security clearance to sit in that same room where they were briefing Tinubu. That's where you get to know that, electing a clown will not make him, crowning a clown will not make him a king. And it will not turn the, it will not turn the place to palace. It's going to just turn the palace to a circus where you have other clowns, court jesters like this, holding positions that they only got simply because they have tribal connection with the guy who is their boss, not because of any real qualification per se. That person is the mouthpiece, so he is the leader of all the people that speaks for Tinubu. Yeah, that's the guy. Then he's talking about national security, and he just told all of you that truly, if you go from Kano to Duse is in Jigawa. The entire stretch of the road that will take you 2.5 hours is completely ungoverned. What do you think that information means? If the military guys told Tinubu in the room, maybe the right thing to do is to say, do you know that before now, from Kano to Duse is ungoverned stretch? In the last 6 months, the military has increased patrol in that area. Now you can see regular patrols that people they can travel now. Same Olori Burukus that are telling you that Nigeria is safe and you can travel from anywhere to anywhere. He went on TV and he just told you there, Kano to Duse. That's the only one he mentioned though. Probably he heard that from these soldiers. Then he just told us about Teruku. He said, well, like I said before, right, the security men, they know these terrorists very well. The reason why they didn't want to kill them or clear them out before they kidnap the people is collateral damage. What does that even mean? Collateral damage, is it that you don't want to kill the terrorists who are killing people? Or is it that the people they kidnapped, raped, and put in family ways, right? That you call their wives, their captives that you call their wives. Are those the collateral damage you're talking about? Is there no military tactic? Is there no security kind of like tactic to take out people like this in your training book at all, Abi? No. He said in Eruku that the entire Eruku area, there were only just 3 policemen. That's somebody who is close to the president, only 3 policemen. And out of the 3 policemen, they only have 1 gun. 1 gun to protect, area of the communities exposed to these terrorists. And somebody who is close to the president just told you that. So you see those ones who are speaking grammar, you can handle your own issue. Nigeria is a sovereign country. Nigeria is a blah, blah. Tinubu is kineko. You see, now through these kind of revelations, you get to know what is really going on. Because these guys can contradict themselves in the same video, in the same interview, 10 times without blinking. These are the guys that will lie, if they sit like this, right? And you put maybe 20 microphones in front of them for interview. They will lie to each microphone. Legend Laya Muhammad is the legend in that sense. But they are all like that. They will lie to each different lies. They will tell one lie to this one. It will be different to this. The entire 20 microphones will probably grow with buy one, get one free lies from these guys. And they won't blink. You just need to pay attention to what they are saying. Here you get. There is another person who is also Tinubu's advisor. Yeah, they said that one is SSA on God knows what. He is telling us again in 2025 that it is farmers' others clashes, not Christian genocide and the rest of that. In 2025, one Olori Buruku will look at you and tell you that the killings of people in Nigeria is farmers' others clashes. Yet, now only farmers and his family and his entire community, they are the only ones dying. But yet, in the clash between farmers and others, it's only the farmers that are dying. Then, what do you call it? How do you clash with somebody in your own home? How do you clash with somebody on your own farm if they were not actually trespassing? But criminals like this and being paid heavily to lie to you could do this easily, even if the people from their own communities are being killed by these terrorists. I've seen it happen. They will still come face to face and boldly and tell you it's not what you think. Here you go. Now listen to this where is she? This clown.
I've been reprisal attack. See the book he gave me. The first few lines I will read if you permit me. It says, this is the massacre of 300 people in 2010. It says, and I read, that they came to a neighboring village in Just East local government where they suspected to have been hosted for a few days before the launch of attack after sending threat letters informing the villagers affected to get ready for their coming of attacks in revenge to the people they lost during 2008 crisis. That's the reprisal. Why are we not asking critical questions about what exactly happened in 2008, how many of their men were killed, and what led to this reprisal attack? We're not asking critical questions. And why would the Reverend now insisted that now it's a genocide against Christians when a lot of people are being killed? Castle rustling is happening, land grabbing is happening. Call it the name it is. We are facing banditry, we are facing terrorist attack, we are facing Fulani militia in those regions. Let's call it the way it is. And don't let us stigmatize and say, no, it's the Christians are being killed. I'm a Christian. And from this book he gave me, from the first few lines, you know this was a reprisal attack. And a reprisal attack is not a calculation of you kill two, I kill two. You can kill two, I kill 200. And that has been ongoing in Plateau State for more than 20 decades.
Isn't it a failure of government? Isn't it a failure of government at all levels? At all levels
that we all inherited, that this government inherited, and the state governments also are not doing their own work.
Government is a continuum.
When you look at a statement and you are now trying to stereotype a crisis in a religious dimension without acknowledging other root causes, in every area that you see this crisis across the North Central region, there's something interesting happening. They have mineral resources. Why is it that everywhere you see bandits or terrorists, and we've documented that across the news, they have something, and why is there so much tension in those areas? You're going to Yagba East, Yagba West, and we have also border control issues where we have a porous border. People are coming in from other countries to attack our people. Why are we not acknowledging those issues?
The case of Kwara State, which falls under your portfolio, for example.
Absolutely.
So the new surge is not a matter of farmer headers.
It's also part of the.
It is strictly the mineral resources in Kwara State and the terrorists coming from outside the country and
outside the country. We have
nuisance lele. Nuisance lele.
You know what is interesting about all these guys? If you have paid attention, they are actually, talking in the third person. Like they are not in government. They are just concerned people. If a government official is telling you that, you see this issue, this problem, there are so many of this problem. Crisis started in 2008, so they did the reprisal in 2011. Oh, they killed this, and then it's like if you kill 10, we'll kill 20. If you kill 30, we'll kill 40. You kill this government official telling you that too. And then we also have the issue of other people coming into our country to come and kill our people. Government official saying that too. Me, I will say it. But when a government official talks to you, it should be telling you that that thing you pointed out are being addressed, or they have been addressed. Not a government official, governor, even Tifnumbu and others, coming and telling you as if to say, that was not the reason why they said they wanted the power in the first place. You wanted a job. Nigeria was troubled. Terrorists everywhere. You were all alive. People were killed, kidnapped, communities ransacked, children were shot from going to their schools. All of this happened. Is that not why you wanted the job? So why are you talking in the third person? Like, okay, you want me to go and stop the people from coming to Nigeria to kill Nigerians. What is the job of your border control? What is the job of your military? What is the job of all these guys who are paid to prevent all of that? What are you doing? What have you done? This is how you get to know that a problem persist or will persist if you pay attention to those who are working the problem. They've turned this whole thing into an industry, huge money printing industry. 6 trillion naira budget for defense of Nigeria. 6 trillion naira. Hey, that's a lot of money. Maybe not enough for a country like Nigeria if we look at it generally. And that's something that some of you are also not paying attention to. These criminals, they are managing a concentration camp. That's what Nigeria is, like a concentration camp. A big for nothing country. That's what they have made Nigeria. In the sense that your population that should have been a blessing is now a burden. A country like South Africa with about 80 million or so population, they, for education alone, they have a budget that is equivalent to over maybe $20 billion for education. They have all the stuff that you can easily look into and say, man, this is investment that can reflect. But when you look at what these guys, in the old problem, or share you get, in this mismanaged wahala, right? These criminals created a problem that they have no intention of ending. So the chunk of your budget, the chunk of the money that should at least still go into either investing in education, building modern schools, well-equipped, get the children back to school, build modern medical facilities, give people medical insurance enough that enough of your population can actually lead an healthy life. Money that should be invested in these areas, despite the nature of the poverty they have, sort of like forced on millions of people in that contraption. They had no intention of lifting anybody out of poverty. So rather, the scarce, supposed little resources from the leftover, of what they have looted, they still have to budget the chunk of it to fight insecurity. But rather than for the insecurity to abate, it keeps like escalating. The more money they pump into it, the bigger the problem becomes. And unfortunately as well, if you have observed in the last decade, the more money they pump into the Nigerian defense, the weaker the Nigerian defense became. Have you ever asked yourself that at all? Have you probably checked the numbers? You've taken a look at the number and ask yourself, like, so Nigeria has actually invested this much on security. Yes, they have. On weapons, yes. Then what happened? Why is Nigeria like this? Why are these terrorists treating Nigerians like this? Like they have no government. That is where corruption comes in. Do you understand? That's where the corruption comes in. So they have no intention of ending it. Rather, they will prefer to manage it the same way they have been managing poverty in Nigeria. Every government that comes in will tell you, I am coming to fight poverty, only for them to leave the people poorer than they met them. So you get. So the terrorism industry in Nigeria is wholly being perpetuated, managed by the APC. Just listen to what they are saying. It is from what they are saying you are going to understand that they had no plan of ending the killings. They have done so well for years to make you feel like it's not as bad as it is being kind of like, presented. Since you can still go to your own parties, you can still organize your Owambe and the rest of that and still like run your things, then why should you join others who are pretty much not maybe affected that much to scream and raise the voice of the victims? So that division in that way, right, is why it has lasted this long. But at the same time, a lot of you are beginning to realize that, hey, it is time to stop lying to yourselves. This could actually be closer than you can imagine. And it is very close than you can imagine too. Anyway, there is this actor before we go to Kebi, we have not gotten to Kebi yet too. Lion. He has joined others, like other celebrities in Nigeria, to add their voice in condemning the state of insecurity in Nigeria, which has affected or is affecting a lot that many can't even like fathom, right? So here is a Lion. Listen.
Nigeria. The honest truth is, I always try to figure out solutions in my head, and also always try to work out things I feel I can do in my capacity to support the country, support the system, support humanity and all of that. But the honest truth is also seeing like in this case, because especially in recent time, everything don't share anything. And what I have noticed is, when people, because most of these things are politically motivated. When people want to bring down a government, that is when things like this happen. Is the current government doing what they should be doing? I don't think so. Are they doing half or quarter of what they should be doing? Not at all. But they're all the same thing. And those that try to, those who contested and lost, is the same thing. And those moving from one party to the other is the same bunch of people. And the minute they have an agenda and they feel, look, let's disturb the peace of the people again, they create chaos. And personally, I feel that is why all of these things, that's why one bow because this minute they will announce, oh, they've kidnapped this. The next minute, government will intervene, and then one wants to rescue. But on rescue, did they arrest the, perpetrators? Did they, make any arrest at all? That would never be. I'm a bit of a change. Are we going to continue like that? I don't know. What is the solution? I don't know. Everybody will say, oh, get your voters card and vote. Vote out the people you know. Who are the people? It's all bunch of the same people. The same people. It is worrisome. It is worrisome. And all I want to do is, I just want to pray for those who have been affected badly. And I want to also, the year is coming to an end. People have plans to travel. People have plans to celebrate. People have plans to rejoice, with family and all. When we move around, I pray that the Almighty God's protection will be upon all of us. I pray that.
Now don't far. Ma okuta to wa nbe ma yoku nbe ma sabi gbata ba nsa ewa.
So yeah, he condemned this. He also, in fact, said that the government is practically not doing what they should do, and he got to the point, as most Nigerians would do. They said, I don't even know the solution. You know the solution. You just probably feel like if it's not going to be a popular one. So if something is not working, if you are witnessing or experiencing a state capture, a lot of you would rather, most of these people you call celebrities, so they would rather not want to be on the bad book or bad side of the guys, of the politicians, because behind the scene, they are mostly expecting, some level of monetary support in the form of a project or partnership and all that kind of funny things that criminal politicians put together to get most of these guys' attention. Sure, you get, and he has benefited in that quite. He's such an hardworking person as well that you can say most of them were mostly like a self-made, and you worry that what are they worried about that they can't stand up, because the bad government is also a threat even to their own jobs. You get what I mean now? So that should ordinarily make everybody feel a little bit like, patriotic and speak up and stand up. Not get to a stage that you'll be like, I don't know. I will just pray. I will just pray that God should aim it. That's you. That is you now being hypocritical. Because if people who hijack the power are now messing up the people's lives, it's pretty much a time that you need to put voices together before you become a victim yourself. I've said it before. Nigeria's shege is turn by turn Nigeria Limited. Yesterday's survivors, they are today's victims. That is, you see, today's victims, they survived yesterday. Those of us that survived today, we are the potential victims of tomorrow. And on and on and on and on, our turn is going to come. And nobody, I don't think anybody will really pray to have such violence way of living this world, right? Not even when your government is colluding with them, telling us that they know where they are, but they can't touch them, giving us reasons why we just have to accept this as our new reality. And anything opposite that or different from that is considered as being rebellious. So you need to speak up. Because last, a country run like the way they are running Nigeria will eventually still take everything from you, right? Before it takes your life, right? Now let's go to Kebbi, where it's announced the release of these Schoolgirls. A good news, by the way, but the questions remained. What happened to their kidnappers? They are still criminals. What is the parameter used in allowing these murderous terrorists to go? Remember, they killed a teacher, the man that was trying to shield the girls from being taken. So what happened to that? Is that just a deal of, well, it is Patawale that brokered the deal. Patawale is famous for paying terrorists off when he was governor. He's famous as well for being a member of those who are sponsoring terrorism in northern part of Nigeria for mineral resources. So if your government knows that mineral resources is part of the reasons why this terrorism is spreading, who do you think should stop them? Me or you? Me, you, or your government? So children have become fair game in this their blood money business, where Nigerians' blood are being used, right, for their own pleasure. That's the way I see it. So children are not spared. So from Kebbi, right? Let's go to Kebbi before we go to their National Assembly. There's somebody there, by the way, surprisingly, was talking about these killings. And for your information, we already received that about 11 people were later also kidnapped in that same Kwara where they returned 38 yesterday. And not just that, I have been telling you about the influx of these Fulani terrorists from Katsina to Kano. Now, Kano State has now recorded its own first Fulani terrorist abduction, where 8 people were kidnapped from a village in Kano, and they've taken them straight to the Katsina forest. We're going to get to that part too, but let's clear that of the children that have now been released by their captors this evening. So first, I think the first should be the girls.
Okay, Bismillah.
My name is Zainab Polo from SS3A.
Okay, student of?
GGCS Maiyegun.
Okay, number 1 kenan ko?
Yes.
You?
Fatima Sanizm from SS2A. From GGCS.
Okay, number what?
3. Mariam Usman.
Okay.
JSS3A.
Okay, you?
Salima Sanizm.
Okay.
SS3A.
Number what?
Number 5.
Oh, number 4. You number?
6.
Number 5.
Number 5. SS3A.
Okay, who is the next number?
6.
Okay, your name? The next number? Number what?
Number 7. Najat Abdullah from SS3.
Okay.
Mariam Ilyas.
Call your number first. Number what?
Number 8.
Uh-huh.
Mariam Ilyas from SS3A.
Next one.
Number 9. Amina Ilyas
SS3A. Number?
Number 10. Jamila Ilyas SS3A. Number 11. Number 11.
Number 12.
Number 12.
Stand up. Class. Next one. 13. Who is 13? Who is 14?
14. Salima Garba Umar SS3A.
15. Number 16. Okay, 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. Is there another person? Is there just 24 of you?
Yes.
Okay, today's date is 25th of November.
Yes.
And the time now is 10 minutes to 6. So God's willing, you'll be going home free. Inshallah. All right. I wish all of you the best. Thank you. All right. Yo no ga wata. Me sunan makarantanku? Maga ko? A wani state? To da dan Allah za ku koma gida lafiya. Yayi kyau. Ai ta godiya ma shugaban kasa da kuma duk jami'an tsaro. Akwai wanda ya rage? Akwai mutum guda da ya rage cikin ku da muka bari? Dukan ku kuna cikin mota? To yayi kyau. Da dan Allah ba zai sake faruwa da ku ba ko? Dan Allah ba zai sake faruwa ba ko? In kun je sai ku yi ta addu'a, ubangiji Allah kuma ya kare na gaba. Amin. In Allah da za a komar da ku gaba ɗaya ku haɗe da iyayenku da abokananku da duk wani wanda kuke tare. Madalla. Yau 25 ko? Yanzu ana neman karfe 6, saura minti 20. To Allah tsare ko? Madalla.
How many times would they tell you before you know that Nigeria is not for you? Now they never leave you. They have left you behind. Photo, not be juju be that. Sorry, oh. May God not allow them, make them kill you.
If they explain Nigeria to you, and after that explanation, you don't lose your mind, there's a chance that they lied to you. There's no way they will explain Nigeria to you properly and you won't just get so like that. So like I said, the children are fair game in all of this. None of them could actually take a moment and just take a break and be like, what are we doing? Are we mad? In all this madness, why have we failed to protect children? Because like you should know, the terrorism in Nigeria is political. Politicians themselves have said it. Those in government have said it. The problem now is that who has the political will to round up this sponsor of terrorism in Nigeria? Which other positions are those who are sponsoring terrorism and sponsoring terrorists in Nigeria? What other positions are they holding in that contraption that continues to sabotage what should have been the fight against the terrorism? I mean, these people have children too, don't they? Eh? I said, there are things you do that at a point you just have to like reflect and be like, what am I doing? Like you talk to yourself, say, what are we doing? Why are they taking children? Where are they keeping these children? In the forest? Like, what are we doing? But no. These people have probably become the devil incarnate themselves. They may appear like you and I, but they are more dark-minded. I mean, so evil-minded in such a kind of like undescribable way. Because you can't really, I mean, if this was, let's say, the United States, for example, once the people revolt and go after them, do you know what will happen when any of these people died or get killed? Your criminal politicians, they will extract their brains to go and study and say, take out the brains of every criminal politician in Nigeria when they die and go on and observe it to the brains of normal people, like everyday people. And let's compare what happened to the minds of the rogues who decides the fate of millions of people. And if they have to die for them to consolidate their reign of power, sure, why not? An evil man is the one that will burn down his country and then rule over the dust or the ashes. That's what I see as these criminal Nigerian politicians. You loot the country, then you sabotage the country again. You loot the country, take the resources, the money, everything outside the country, left the millions of people in abject penury. And yet you still, you are not satisfied. Then you are burning down the country. Burning it down enough that they are also clinging on to power where elections can't ever be credible. You can't choose your leaders in a credible election because they have made sure of that. Now they have the power, protect us. Is that too much? If you are a father like myself, there's a different feelings to all of this. When you look at children caught up in all of this, I have seen children lined up by these terrorists when they were butchering people. They made the children watch. I have seen children, multitude of them, attended what they called peace meeting with terrorists who are wielding all kinds of war weapons. Children as young as 3, 4, all witnessing what's going on. This is their reality. This is their world. Do you ever kind of like think for a moment and say, what do you think the future holds for such a children who are born into these war-torn areas in Nigeria, completely abandoned to the mercy of these terrorists? Do you ever think of that? Thousands of schools have been shut down in northern Nigeria by the government. Because the government allowed it. Oh yeah, we can't, we can't put the children in danger. So we just have to move them somewhere else. But they have nowhere else to move them to. They ended up on the street. They call them out of school children. There is no plan for them other than this fancy English, fancy vocabularies on TV. children. Now, the man that is the #1 suspect anyway, Matawale, famous for, for this kind of a business, was the one who brokered the peace. Now, terrorists who kidnapped these children all this while, feeding them, waiting for government to make them an offer, and when the offer was finally made, there is no single terrorist arrested. Not a single one. So that's what they want to use to convince the Americans that Tinubu is working. And you also have to give it to them. In this business of kidnapping, ransom, release, and all that goes on in that Nigeria, right? They seem to have pretty much like, they have created jobs for some tailors. Because that I can give to them. The terrorists will take maybe 300 school children, right? And then they'll say they've negotiated with them and they have released them. Again, no arrest, no anything. Then boom, within maybe 4 or 5 hours, 300 school children who have same uniform made for them by the people that negotiated their release, and they will present them before the media in uniform, clean tie, and all that. I'm like, they always have those guys handy. Say, hey, we have a job for you. We are going to go and bring some children back now. Now, get set. We need to make dress for them, and they'll just make dresses for all of them to present them to the media, and after that, they will then release them to their parents. The job is done. So people like us will begin to then ask, is that it? Say, yeah, that's it. There's not going to be any investigation to what happened, like how they got kidnapped. No. It's been settled. We have sorted it. Do you ever ask yourself that, by the way? Right? Like they will just say somebody got kidnapped and that person has been released and that's it. Everybody just go on and wait for another one. There's nothing like they are going after those people who did that. We are going after them and we are going to get them so that they won't do that again. Just like that, yeah, we have released them. The government, we want to thank the president that he's a very good president. He's done a great job by getting these people released. Nigeria should be grateful to the president because the president is a good president, And you're like, God damn it, a crime has just been committed. Shouldn't there be people held responsible for that? Oh, now we just leave them. Thank God. Let's thank God that this is what you are saying is a waste of time, Jerry. Let's just thank God that they have released them. Say, really? Do you even care about the psychological effect of being kidnapped? Do you ever think of that at all? And then you feel like you could probably get killed. Or as a child. That's probably will be scared that she was going to be married off. She's never going to see her parents again. Do you ever imagine what that trauma is? Like, they never talk about that. They just do these kidnappings. Then those that will get killed will get killed. They will sell you some stupid stories. And then they will do the rescue. And then that's it. Charles even asked Onofunuga, by the way, we're going to go back to Kirby, by the way. Hang on. This is what I'm saying right now. Charles asked Onofunuga, but a crime had been committed. Was that like nothing is going to happen to them? Listen to what you had to say.
To say, because I mean, those people killed people. So technically they are, I mean, they should be arrested, tried and prosecuted and face the full wrath of the law.
The first thing that government has to do is to get those people freed.
Right.
And government has achieved its objective. As of next level action, it's left for...
What people are curious to know, because it is not the government who are directly under threat, it's the people. And the people have to know how you go about doing these things in order to shore up their own defense.
I think that's left for the security people to discover. What I know is that they contacted them to release those
and they just acquiesced, did they?
Because they know the consequence of not acquiescing to government demand, that they should release, let those people go, so that, because they know that the consequence is that the government will come and pummel them.
But does that mean there's some kind of a deal then to say, because I mean, those people killed people, so technically they are, I mean, they should be arrested, tried and prosecuted and face the full wrath of the law.
The first thing that government does...
We just told them to release them because they know the consequences of not doing what the government told them. That's the man they sent to go and speak on this matter. You want to hear the state governor? After they release the girls. Well, I don't know who is more clownish between them, right? But this is the state governor, okay?
You have been rescued, and all of them are in good health. They are on their way coming to the state capital. And let me seize this opportunity on behalf of good people of Kebbi State to thank Mr. President for his concern of Kebbi State. Because since the abduction, Mr. President is off and doing to ensure that our guests were being rescued, and also to seize this opportunity to thank the security agencies, the police, the DSS, the military, the civil defense, and all other security agencies for being alive to their responsibility. They didn't take Mr. President order lightly. And since the abduction, they have been following what is happening occasionally to ensure that they need the needful, and they have done the needful. We thank all of them. And also, the family of the abducted student are on their way to bringing Kebbi so that by tomorrow, when the formal handover took place, we are going to hand the student over to their parents, to unite with their parents, and to go back to their towns and villages. Once more, we thank everybody that put hands, our clerics that spend day and night praying and ensure that our daughters are being rescued. We thank everybody. We thank the security agencies. We thank Mr. President and all our well-wishers and the people that came from all nooks and corners of this country to come and condole us with the deaths of the vice principal, the private watchman. We thank all of them. Thank you very much.
Hausa is for Hausa listeners and viewers.
So, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Jama'a kamar yadda aka sani a Duma jiya Kebbi, yau Allah ya gwada mana yaran mu ɗiyan mu 'yan makaranta waɗanda.
You have to say it in Hausa. So there is something about the northern Nigeria which, to me, I actually respect. Okay, and that thing is the kind of like an importance, you know, they put on language. Okay, so Hausa language is considered to be the kind of like the widest spoken language in Nigeria by many people, according to them. So when you look at their school children, they tend to communicate with them more in Hausa. That some said they even have to teach them some of their subjects. Maybe not everywhere. Like in some places, they have to teach them subjects in Hausa, which is good. You know, if you look at all the religious books, right, they have been interpreted into so many languages, so to say. Rather, when it comes to education, they find that difficult to, why can't we teach our people, our children chemistry in Yoruba, teach them biology in Yoruba as well, right? And they will still do it. Like you have the Chinese teaching their children science and every other courses like that in their language. It's just a system, and I think people will understand it more. So when I was in secondary school, what really helped me to improve a little bit in my English, and I did well, writing English, I did well, okay, was because my Yoruba teacher one day called all of us and said, if you are very good in Yoruba, like very, very good, because Yoruba is not also that easy, even though it is what we speak all the time, right? So his name is Mr. OK. Now, he now told all of us, he said, if you are very good in Yoruba generally, right, you will do well in English. And he was right. Surprised. He was right. So back to the story anyway. So I just observed that it's so common in northern Nigeria that the language, that Hausa, is widely spoken even in classrooms, that they don't really see it as something else. That sometimes we from the southern part of Nigeria will be asking, how come these students who are science students can't even speak English? Not because they can't. It is simply because it is much convenient, right, in speaking in their language, which we should all kind of like embrace. Now, again, let's leave that. So here is a House of Assembly, a National Assembly member, Dogua, who used his own minutes on the floor of their Senate today to lament about the killings. It's from Kano State, the state that is now about to experience what the states like Katsina and others have been dealing with for a while. So how is Kano going to deal with it? They're not going to come into the Kano city right away. Ask those who are in these communities. For example, like what happened, what happened in a village called, Biresawa village in Sayawa. I don't know if I pronounce it right, but Sayawa. For those of you from Kano, right? Sayawa local government area, it said, right? So a village there had a man who they took his wife, his 2 daughters, and then 5 others. 8 people got kidnapped from that community today, as reported. Now, this guy is from Kano. He should be in prison for murder, by the way. At least a dead clock would always be right twice in a day. 12 a.m. and 12 noon. A dead clock.
The country is running in blood and tears. You cannot go, the farmers cannot go to farm. Our traders cannot go to market. Worshippers cannot go to mosque, cannot go to churches. Then what are you legislating here? Mr. Speaker, if the government is not prepared to actually do the right thing that will protect the lives and property of our people, I urge on you, I urge on this honorable house, as a house of the people of Nigeria, to stand up to pay the supreme cost. And that is no more than to shut this house down and to call emergency on any legislative issue and wait until the right thing is taken by the government of the day. The responsibility of security, Mr. Speaker, of course, by the constitutional provisions, it is a sole responsibility, more of a sole responsibility to the center. I agree with whoever may say, of course, governors in the subnationals are also accountable and they must be held responsible for the security of lives and properties of their people. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that in virtually all of our constituencies, given the opportunity, everyone here can rise to tell you the account of what is happening. Mr. Speaker, it is not religious. Mr. Speaker, it is not even political. This fight and this menace of insecurity in Nigeria is something that does not have any identification of one's party or one's religion or one's tribe whatsoever. It is a calculated attempt to demoralize Nigerian state. And if care is not taken, Mr. Speaker, even for those of us who take politics more seriously, we'll have a very big question to answer at the end, because it is like this unnecessary insecurity going on. This is a high level of conspiracy targeting our political processes. As we are approaching 2027, Mr. Speaker, we will all be expected to have a peaceful conduct of our polls. How do you have that if our communities, local communities, are plunged into crisis, into banditry, into kidnappings in the churches, in the mosque, even down in the oil producing area, which is our economic live wire? Production of oil, crude oil, is being unfortunately undermined by militia groups. So it is like a collective thing that we must put our hands on deck and call whoever is responsible, sir, to order. Order, order, and order. And this house must not take for granted that we are not part of the government. If the government is wanting, this institution of the legislature is a component of the government itself. We have to look inward to ourselves and see what more of oversight functions, like some members have said, are we going to make? Are we going to provide? Mr. Speaker, we can even declare legislative emergency. Close the house, shut it up. Who are you legislating for? What laws are you making when the country is running in blood? The country is running in blood and tears. You cannot go, the farmers cannot go to farm. Our traders cannot go to market. Worshippers cannot go to mosque, cannot go to churches. Then what are you legislating here? Mr. Speaker, if the government is not prepared to actually do the right thing that will protect the lives and property of our people, I urge on you, I urge on this honorable house, as a house of the people of Nigeria, to stand up to pay the supreme cost. And that is no more than to shut this house down and to call emergency on any legislative issue and wait until the right thing is taken by the government of the day. Mr. Speaker, I also want to believe we are equally responsible. We should also go down to our constituencies and lead civil organizations, like the civil vigilante. Let's go and reorganize our vigilante groups. We take commands and take charges of such civil organizations to see how we can salvage and protect our country, Nigeria. What is happening today, Mr. Speaker, is not just to call for mere security or an average performance of security agencies. What we expect of Nigerian government, no more, no less, my Speaker, is to have absolute security. It's for us to have absolute safety. Mr. Speaker, Nigeria must have absolute protection of the lives and property of our own people. This is my take, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to use the opportunity to tell you that my immediate constituency, which is enclaved at the southern part of my state, Kano, is also undergoing serious danger, because in the constituency we have what we call the huge Polgore Game Reserve, lying in between Kaduna State, Plateau State, Bauchi State, through Ningi and Bura, Mr. Speaker, and also contacting some part of Jigawa State to the axis of Turkey. This place used to be a tourist attraction. Many people coming, including tourists from abroad. But because of the dilapidating security situation in my state, Mr. Speaker, today, abduction and kidnappings, not only in the forest, in our homes, has become a daily affair, a daily occurrence, just like what the pharmacist may prescribe to you in the hospital to ask you to take Panadol once in the day, in the morning, one in the afternoon, and another one in the evening. That is how kidnapping is so prevalent in my federal constituency. This place that used to be an attraction for tourists, it has now become like an extension of the Sambisa forest in Borno State. So we have to definitely do something. Mr. Speaker, I may not have enough time to continue my submissions, but I want to thank you so much for giving our members this opportunity to speak. And I also want to urge members to continue in the spirit we have started. I have not seen anybody here speaking as a southern member of the House of Reps. I have not seen anyone here speaking as a northern member of the House of Reps. I am the leader of the Northern Caucus, Northern Regional Caucus. I am also not speaking as a member representing the northern part of this country. The security challenges that we are facing is a colossal one, it's a collective one that has to do with the Nigerian nation. And we must step up to that expectation and deal with this matter once and for all. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you, and I want to thank honorable members for listening to me. And I also want to further tell you that I have not lost my hope in the renewed hope agenda. I'm still a proud member of the APC.
No, we can see it from your cap. I'm highly disappointed of Nigerian government because the Nigerian government were highly disappointed in them due to foreseen circumstances. Definitely, I'm one of those people are proving people should die in coronavirus is more better than people should die in hungers. Hunger kills more than coronavirus because some people are less privileged. Due to foreseen circumstances that I said it, some people are less privileged, which they are based on daily pay, which are not even based on salaries. But our government thinks that the lockdown is the best solution to coronavirus, and proving it to an extent and to the levels of alacrity that if someone die in coronavirus, it's more efficient to die in hunger. Because some people will be at indoor. There's no a way to make.
Thank you, Prof. So that was Dogua passionately appealing to his colleagues that something has to be done. But because he was just being performative, he was performing for you. If they were serious, by now, the members of Tinubu's party, the APC, in that National Assembly, they would have, at least by now, be moving for the invitation of Tinubu himself. If he's not going to do his, cut and join recorded speech, he should come to the National Assembly and answer some questions as your commander-in-chief. But that would be like inviting the deity to come and answer to his supposed, subordinate, Abinko. So they are just being performative. Who is he addressing? What if you like shut down the National Assembly? What is that going to change? It is this time, like people have been requesting, by the way, that if Nigeria National Assembly is actually serious, all these areas where people are being killed, displaced, where people are being kidnapped, all of them have representatives at their National Assembly in Nigeria. Apart from putting up a show performance like that, there's nothing substantial, no substance in any other thing they are doing, just for the camera. Because if you really want to deal with the problem by now, you should have opened a public inquiry into the killings and kidnappings in Nigeria. And if you have to do, because if they have to do that, like America did, they will need to mention those who are killing people. Yeah, they would have to identify those who are killing us, kidnapping us. They would have to call them their names. They won't call them bandits. Because when they start speaking to the victims, the survivors, the victims are going to tell the public inquiry that those who attacked them, they were Fulani terrorists, or they were Islamic jihadists, Boko Haram. They will tell you, they will give you the exact description of those who have been killing them, and you would have to publicly document that. They don't want to do that. No, they don't want to. Last night, there was a bit of a scare when school children and their school started what they call the display of panic, simply because they heard that some men were passing their area and they were Fulani terrorists. This was in Borno, not even, so they suspected them that they must be probably terrorists who are coming to kidnap school children. Because at the scene of work where this happened, according to their supposed a commissioner from the state, they said some men were jumping into the compound of the school and the students, scared, believed that maybe they were terrorists coming to kidnap them. So that created a pandemonium. His own house is not far from there, so he had to quickly jump out and go see what happened. I don't know if I should believe him, but there's no record of anybody being kidnapped in Borno State, not last night, except this, which was considered as a false alarm.
It was at exactly about 7:30 where I received a distress call that there's commotion in this school. So my house is just some minutes away. We drove in and we discovered a number of girls outside. So upon inquiry, they said they saw some male guys, unknown guys, jumping into the school. So naturally, the instinct as a teacher kicked. I said, let us go and show me where the place is. When we went, there was nothing. It is just a rumor that created panic and created pandemonium. So immediately the Nigerian police and the Nigerian security team responded. When they came in, the whole area was checked, cordoned, and there was nothing. It's just a kind of false information that led to pandemonium.
It is our responsibility to ensure the safety of school. We have the Deputy Commissioner of Police Operation, who is currently on ground, ensuring that the security architecture of this school is properly placed. And we have the coordinator for the Safer School, who is also here in ensuring that every personnel are deployed at strategic locations to ensure the safety not only for this school, but for other schools who are around the state entirely.
Because that's the reality of people now. I even saw children running away from their school in Delta State yesterday because they heard the rumor that the Fulanis are coming. This is the reality of so many children now in Nigeria, and as a government, as a country, which includes those who are like the leaders of thought or the elder statesmen. They should be concerned. They should really, really, really be concerned. Here you get. Yeah. Because that's the people's reality now, unfortunately. In Nasarawa, where a crusade was organized, and it was put on social media, when it was time, or let me say, during the crusade, later that evening, they got chased away again by the suspected Fulani terrorists. It's on record.
Yeah. You're my shepherd, oh. You're my shepherd, oh. We are ready. Lead us to the bandits. We go arrest them, oh. Today. Happy bandit, oh. My evangelist video. We came for a crusade here, live in Africa, in Nasarawa State. And live as I'm talking to you, you can see Okra in the village. The confused men invaded something that was coming back from the farm. We came in for a crusade in this community today
Look at what it is.
As you can see, you can see the youth, everybody that will rest just for the sake of it right here in National and a serious program in this community. Yeah.
The moment they heard that, the Fulani terrorists are coming, everybody started running away. So they dispersed right away. For some, that's unacceptable. Of course, it is unacceptable. For others, it's like, is that actually really happening? Yeah, you just saw it. It's happening. Yeah, Northern Nigeria is a place we have been told the real Christians are, because, they say Christianity is about, a lot of things, including tribulation and all of that stuff, right? That test your faith, where people actually challenges you, targeted you because of your faith, and you stand firm and you're ready to die. Is that place where your Christianity or your religion get tested. And you just need to speak to some people who actually and mind you, some said it was really never that bad until things started changing when Bokwari became your president, and this Fulani terrorist kind of had that chance, the privilege of advancing unchecked. They've got the immunity from arrest. So things changed drastically from then on. So if you're from there, you should be able to relate, right? And that is why this lady, the wife of a soldier, again, this was the lady who reminded us of how the country seemed to have forgotten the way the soldiers who are being killed by these terrorists are treated by the government and their families. How do you think their families are also possibly living in a situation like this, where some of them have no idea if they are not going to see their loved ones again, right? Remember that lady? She did another video. This time, it's an extended one. Please watch.
The unfortunate thing is that cowards like you that have never had the guts to speak up for anything will be the first to make assumptions. Do you know what it means for a brigadier, not just a brigadier, a commander? This man had different armory at his disposal. This man had a fleet of soldiers and could still end up like this. My dear, I am speaking up for the soldiers. Because if their leaders can be disgraced, can be finished, can be executed, because this was an execution. This was not just a slap to the Nigerian army, but the entire country. Do you know how many times, since all this insurgency started, how many times they have had their hands on commanders? Do you know how many times? This is the second time in history. And sitting on the ground was showing Nigerians that you people are nothing to us. Was belittling enough at his final moments to prove a point. If they can do that to a commander that have fleets, that have guns, that have the backing of the army, how much more another rank? Yes, other ranks have been dying. If you want to talk about it, how many you want to talk? Because as you are making a video now, or as you are talking about, another person is falling. So how many do you want to talk about? Sometimes we did talk, but they were not famous enough for the video for people to see the video, for people to sympathize with them. So excuse me for feeling helpless that if a brigadier can be disgraced like this, they did it, they were the one that even posted it for Nigeria to see. It was a slap, not to just the military, but the entire country, telling us how powerless we are. So forgive me for feeling helpless that if a military general can be disgraced like this, then what is the hope for the other ranks remaining? What's the hope? People saying, tell your husband to retire. It isn't easy like that. You think some of us have that privilege to just up and leave? Just go and educate yourself. Go on Google and ask questions. Moreover, if he retires, they the funny thing is that the people saying these things, most of you are still in this country. Who will come fight? I'm not saying I'm ready to sacrifice my husband for people to live. No. But if you're advising every officer, every soldier to retire, are you saying that we should just hand over the country and give the bandits? Then all of us will now leave. Let them have peace. What are you saying? Because I don't understand. Or are you saying that if these men, they leave, they force, una go pick up the gun, do the fight? This is not what they need to hear. This is not what they need to know, that they have the support of the citizens that are dying for. They need to hear you encourage them. That is what they need at this time. You need to increase their morale. Not for you to break it down. Don't you think they have doubts? Them themselves get doubts. But they still stand on order. Most of them agree because they know they live. Their uncles in the village, their aunties, their families. If then they run, if you pack all those people run, if you pay flight for 15 people, if you pay flight for your generation to follow you. So sometimes the only choice you have is just to stand and fight. Fight because if you succeed, run. You fit carry your wife and children follow body. You fit. So sometimes you need to fight because bandits don't they get morale, go online, they ask for lion and roses. And nothing is going on, nothing is happening. Funny thing is, we still think this is a religious fight. Share the girls where they kidnap, now Christians. Say most of the soldiers where they buy, now Christians, now all of them are Christians. Oh God, this thing don't live religious fight. Nigeria is a war zone at this point. Somebody said in the comment section, citizens have been dying. It's the same military that they sent to kill them. See, you don't understand. Say now they pick the bad government. It's the people you put in power that will tell them what to do. So the problem is not with the military, it's with the people that voted those people or magu them into power. If a citizen dies, they look at the protector, the last form of defense, which is supposed to be the military. When that last form of defense is being picked up one by one, hundreds by hundred, till they can reach the top of the food chain and pick them, who do the citizens run to? Is it our celebrities that are waiting for foreign bodies to talk about issues where concern them? They are waiting for foreign celebrity to first make comments about your own country people that those celebrities will go run to? Or is it the same politicians that are currently in turmoil? Some of them are speaking out now in the assemblies, telling us how we have failed. They are admitting it, admitting defeat. See, now they won't run to. I've been our pastors where they're busy, they pray, while they are using security to go to church. While the front of their car, now policemen sit on there, escort police. Some of them have gone to hire private security. I've been at those religious leaders we won't run to, that the best they can do is to pray for us while they use our offerings to hire security. I've been now we won't run to ourselves as Nigerians, we won't run to. We'll be saying the next 1 week tops, this matter everybody go forget, go back in business like nothing happened till the next person fall. Now ourselves we won't depend on. When we say the minute they bite another celebrity for plane or person papa in marriage start to misbehave, we will leave news, start to focus on that one. We dey easily cash cruise. Forget say the pot where you dey inside, thinking say firewood no dey. They don't buy gas, they burn you alive. As Nigerians you no fit travel for road again. Flight money don't go up because they know. Say we no fit risk am go by road. Hunger don't make people they do wetin they know they proud of. People have become inhumane just to survive. I saw a video that went viral of a soldier that was on a battlefront crying because in Atiman that they were fighting with, they just gunned him down, and the commander was trying to ginger him. Stop crying and fight. Let them revenge his friend. So if citizens they cry, our protectors they cry. Nigeria. God I beg.
Tear gas him. They tear gas him. He fell. He fainted. He passed out. He passed out. 70 years old man. But when their people came,
Lady, I think I actually really feels our pain, and it is actually what she didn't say that seems to be louder than what she said. You know, when you say everything, then you get to a stage that you're like, God, I don't know what to say anymore. Because it's like, this is hopeless. Well, the Nigeria's Deputy Speaker, Benjamin Kalu, has made a proposal. It is time for Tinubu and the military to stop this amnesty for terrorists called Operation Safe Corridor, and some other things he added. Now listen to this.
Ban on structured amnesty negotiation and ransom payment by any government entity. Mandate.
Did you hear that? We must ban any unstructured amnesty program and ransom payments by some state government established. That Bokwari put in place what he called Operation Safe Corridor for the terrorists, repentant terrorists, according to them, to evade justice by holding the Quran and say they won't do it again. No justice, no nothing. And according to them, thousands of these hardened Islamic terrorists have been graduated, they have been freed by that program. There is no law that backs that. So for 7 years, Bokwari released uncharged terrorists, unprocessed terrorists back into the society that they couldn't tell you where they are or where they went. So rather for the terrorism to abate, to reduce, it has gone wild now, as you can tell. Tinubu came in. He continued the program illegally. There is no law that backed it. There is no National Assembly Act or National Assembly legislation that backed it. So somebody is admitting it now. State governments in Nigeria, because of this Operation Safe Corridor, they implemented the same in their state, which they used in funding these murderous terrorists. According to them, it's a non-kinetic approach. It's a way to, to obtain peace, while hundreds, if not thousands, of abandoned communities remained abandoned, while the real indigenous owners have been abandoned in different refugee camps across the northern Nigeria. So now, at their own National Assembly, the Deputy Speaker is now putting it before the Assembly and say, an unstructured one means illegal amnesty. When Yaradua wanted to give the amnesty to the people of the terrorists of Niger Delta then, what did he do? He approached the National Assembly, then announced this amnesty program. National Assembly legislated on it. What is it going to be all about? What will be the conditions, this, that? And once it got approved, it is what got so many of these former Niger Delta fighters educated today. Some of them got educated outside Nigeria. Many of them got educated outside Nigeria. Others who had no means of getting education, right, ended up being pipeline security. Like others are just collecting money. It is, I don't know other places, so it is only in Niger Delta that you have at least more than 100,000 people who are collecting monthly salaries from Nigeria since the day of Yaradua. I don't know if you know that. Yeah, it's called amnesty this, but I just don't know if probably they have looted the money. But the point I'm making here is this. The government of Nigeria, the government of APC, enabled the regrouping, the rearming, and the power that these terrorists now wield by illegitimately releasing unprocessed, uncharged terrorists back into the society because they held onto a Quran that they won't do it again. But they went on to do it. Let Kalu finish.
Ban on structured amnesty negotiation and ransom payment by any government entity. Mandate criminal justice enforcement over expediency. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, despite strong anti-kidnapping laws like life imprisonment, death penalty for kidnapping, the practice continues because it is alleged that government entities negotiate with bandits and pay ransom. That is one of the things that the House must investigate. Security analysts confirm that amnesty deals and peace negotiation, they legitimize violence. They embolden armed group and undermine rule of law. Documented pattern across Zamfara, Katsina, Sokoto shows stage ceremonies where captives are released and rusty weapons surrendered, followed by rapid restoration or resumption of violence. What then is the legislative solution on that? The legislative solution required there is to ban unstructured amnesty negotiation and ransom payment by any government entity. Mandate criminal justice enforcement over expediency. Number 2 on that list is police funding crisis. Mr. Speaker, the Nigerian police force suffers from the following. Number 1, low budgetary allocation with incomplete and late disbursement. Number 2 is unaccounted state government and private donation creating corruption channels. Number 3 is no transparent auditing mechanism. And this is not starting with this administration, it has been there before now. So what is the impact of this? The impact of this is that operational paralysis is observed, inability to plan effectively is observed, and perpetuation of inefficiency is also recorded. What then is the legislative solution? Because for every problem, there must be a solution. The legislative solution here is to mandate sustained, predictable funding, require rigorous record keeping, and audit all Nigerian police force fund, including donation. The number 3 is centralized policing model failure. Federal-only policing model cannot meet diverse localized security needs of 36 states and 774 local governments, Mr. Speaker. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Whether we call it state police, whether we call it community police, whether we call it local government police, the need to decentralize has become very necessary. Some argue for the amendment of Section 214 of the Constitution and the second schedule. Some say leave it as it is. Whatever it is important.
Nuisance lele. Nuisance lele.
I always need to remind you, sometimes when you hear them speak like, oh, he speaks intelligently. No, don't get deceived. In February 2024, that was last year, Tifnumbu announced the local government autonomy, meaning every local government in Nigeria should receive their own allocation directly from the government, like others. Because presently, whenever the federal government share their allocations, they will give the states their own. Then they will give the state the local government money as well. And the state governors who always use the local government allocation as their piggy bank. So they spend it the way they wish. When you now visit all of these local government areas across the country, then you begin to wonder, what the hell is going on? So Tifnumbu announced, his Minister of Injustice said, oh yeah, from February now, we're going to start paying the local government their money directly. Up to this moment, Shengbai have not been paid to any local government area by Tifnumbu, except Oshun, where Tifnumbu asked the APC supposed elected local government chairman who have been kicked out by Ajogba Trophy, Governor Ade Jackson. So he kicked them out. So Tifnumbu seized the local government allocation to Osun State, right? And then called this out of office local government chairman, which another court said they should be returned back to office. But Ajogba Trophy won't let them come back. So because he's appealed, he's going to Supreme Court. So Tifnumbu took the local government allocation of Osun State and he called this state, this local government chairman to send their account numbers to receive local government allocations. I don't have update on that, by the way, but I believe that he actually wanted to pay the money to the bank account of this APC chairman from Osun State. Local government money. True story. Apart from that, there is no single local government in Nigeria that has received their own allocation directly from Tifnumbu. But guess what? They are going to write it as his achievement in your 2027. They will say Tifnumbu has. And back to this nuisance, Benjamin Kalu. Currently, right, Tifnumbu is believed to have submitted, I do not have proof, by the way, but I just eavesdropped it somewhere, okay? So Tifnumbu himself had kind of like forwarded a bill called State Police Bill to the National Assembly in their ongoing constitutional amendments. So the northern Nigeria and some states are opposing to state police in private, but in public they will speak about it like, oh yeah. But where the decision is to be made is inside the National Assembly. So Benjamin Kalu should probably be aware of that. Writing that as part of his own solution to curbing this increasing insecurity or terrorism, right, is just, paying it to the gallery, put it that way. They know what they are doing. So they won't. Because some of them said that the state governors will be controlling this state police and they will just be their own mini military to oppress their own opposition and all other nonsense that they have been spewing. In Nigeria today, getting the gun license, there's been a ban on it for over 2 years now. Tifnumbu is the only person authorized by law to sign your, can you even imagine that? Right? Tifnumbu is the only one authorized to sign your gun license. So why can't Tifnumbu just say, you know what, I'm going to lift what we call the ban on the gun license. So every Nigerian who is ready to get his own background checked, and for the first time, for God's sake, like they should do their real job, because Baba, no be person where they ride Okada won't go buy AK-47. No. We all know that it's not that cheap, right? So those of you who have the capacity to, and in fact, a community could pull resources together and buy some of these, some of these automatic rifles for their own security guards. So you get like their own vigilantes. All it's going to take is just to make sure that it is licensed, background check and the rest of that. But that won't mean that all of us will just go to the market and pick up a gun. No, you go to jail. You can't just go, you don't even know you can't just go and buy any gun. If the government really want to really do this, so people can defend their own communities, defend themselves, but no, the likes of Gumi won't let that happen, because that is going to be like you asking millions of Nigerians from all over the place they are to become an instant ready-made army. Now that is going to defeat whatever jihadist agenda or campaign that they are pushing. Sure you get. So it's a no-no. They're going to tell you that, oh, you know what? If they should allow people to go and get gun now, Nigerians will be killing themselves. Nigerians are killing themselves right now, and you have more guns. Can you even believe that? You have more guns than your population right now in Nigeria. So ask yourself, how did you even get to that? So them telling you that if they give you right to have gun, then it's going to become, no. It is their own way to keep telling you that they are comfortable as you are not armed. Because if you are armed and things continue like this, you will turn the gun, not on the terrorist, you're going to turn it on the terrorist sponsor. And who are the terrorist sponsor? Those in your government. So when they bring out their soldiers, when they bring out their police, you will bring out your own weapons. And you that is carrying weapon, you are always going to kind of like a gear up too. You're not going to wear a t-shirt and be carrying a gun like that. No. And see, one thing about force for force is that you will be respected. Like what you have in America. America is the only country in the whole world who have millions, over 100 million available soldiers. So that is why, if you think of the reason why America is so powerful is because America have all these weapons, they have all this and that. No, that is not what makes America powerful. What made America powerful, is the Americans and their First Amendment right, which actually gives them the right to even fight oppression when their own government becomes like a real dictator, whereby soldiers are coming out, like what you witness in Nigeria. You are having a protest, and the next day they are shooting you on the street. Americans will fight their own government because they have the ready-made army, hundred millions of them. So that is what the criminal politicians in Nigeria are afraid of. Because once many of you are indeed licensed to have your own weapon, it simply means if things goes to the south, right? Nigerian police, Nigerian military, they will have millions of armed Nigerians to resist what they have been so used to for so long. So don't let them tell you that it's because they don't want you to be using guns to kill yourselves. Where did all these people who are having all these guns, killing people all over the place, all these cultists, you think they have licensed guns? Of course they don't have licensed guns, right? All the criminals, Fulani terrorists and the rest of them who are wielding all these weapons, do you think they gave them license to carry them? No. But you, a legitimate citizen, you are denying that opportunity. But they made you believe that it's because they don't want you to turn the guns on yourselves. That's not why. It's because they don't want you to turn the gun on the terrorist sponsors who happen to be the criminal politicians in your government. If not, why is this guy still working? Gumi's agenda to Ibadan a few days ago seems to be playing out very well now. Gumi was on channels this afternoon, right? And they were talking about, again, he's always got that airtime in Nigeria to come and explain his advocacy for the terrorists in Nigeria. So according to Gumi, Gumi is now pushing the ideology that the Muslims in southern part of Nigeria are being persecuted, and they have been persecuted for so long that nobody is talking about it. But they are talking about the Christians being persecuted in the north. Meanwhile, the Muslims in Nigeria, the Muslims in southern Nigeria, they have been going through a lot. Nobody is talking about that. So instead of we should not let anybody use religion to divide us. What are you talking about, mate? Like, Muslims in southern Nigeria, Muslims in Yoruba land are being persecuted because of their religion. Like, what are you talking about? That was his purpose. For those who brought him to Ibadan, I hope you are watching this.
This is the worst place for a Christian in the world, and the Christians are persecuted. If you plead the issue, and let's talk about the Muslims. So when you see the situation of Muslims, especially in Southeast, even in the South, even in Southwest, even in South where Muslims seems to be majority, there's a sort of persecution and suppression. So you see, and even in the North, when you see a lot of Muslims killed in their house and homes by these bandits, you can say then is the worst place for a person to be a Muslim in Nigeria. The same thing, it's a mirror image. But the issue is not that. The issue is that we have a clash that has gone bad. But how can we, as Nigerians, come together and cure it? We foreigners cannot cure our problem. They cannot even understand what is happening. So when people see this conflict and make it a religious conflict, we just laugh because they lack the intelligence and the wisdom to tackle this problem. You see what happened in Benue, Plateau State, or in southern Kaduna, or whatever thing. Yes, it's the same thing that is happening in Katrina, the same thing happening in Zamfara. The only difference is that here, the divide is between two different ethnic groups, but there is between herders and those who are sedentary. I won't say even Fulani Hausa, because you hardly see a Hausa man without a Fulani blood, or a Fulani without a Hausa blood. In fact, when you go to the bush, they're all speaking Hausa. They have turned into Hausas. So the only problem we have is there are fault lines where there are ethnic tribes that are indigenous in an area, and they are settlers, and they fight over resources. Then how do we stop this bloodshed? Is to go there and see how we can amicably reconcile between them. You have a lot of Igbos, despite the agitation for a Biafran state. You have them in Abuja, you have them in Kaduna, you have them in Kano, everywhere doing their business fine. And the population are very happy with what they are providing the service. And you have houses everywhere. You go to Agege, you go to here in Lagos, you go to Ibadan, houses everywhere. Yorubas, you go to Maiduguri, doing their business. We Nigerians, we are united. Just go to the market. That's where you know there's unity between Nigerians. And we share the same military, we share the same police, we share the same politics. So I don't know what animosity. Why do we want a narrative that will give a foreigner that has once colonized us, in a sense, because all their origin is from one place, we know it. They went to America, colonized it, and Australia and other areas. So now, how can we give them a Nigeria on the platter of gold?
Ashiri Dani, but Nigeria is its own stage. Gumi. Yorubas, the Muslims are in majority in Yoruba land. Do you see that dog whistle? Is this issue that we are talking about, does it have anything to do with how the Yorubas, the Igbos, the Hausas, and other tribes are coexisting, trade, live together, working together, and in wherever places they found themselves? Is that what we are talking about? We are talking about terrorists, Fulani terrorists in the forest, kidnapping and killing people. So if you agree that they are killing Muslims, they are killing Christians, they are killing Hausas, they are killing, you sure you get now? So then why are you trying to make us feel like it is our business to reconcile with them? Did you hear when he said reconcile with them? Like, kini mo fẹ́ sọ pé mo gbà lọ́wọ́ Fulani, ti fẹ́ ṣe reconciliation pẹ̀lú Fulani? How? As how now? I am an Ijebu man. So, what in this world would you say I did to a Fulani from Niger, Chad, Futa Gallon, Futa, what do you call it, Futa Sorrow, Futa Sadness, all these places from where they come from? We don't have anything in common. Why are you going to, why it's emotional to reconcile before I can have peace in Ijebu? So if I now say no, I don't want to reconcile with them. I want them out of my place. I want them out of my space. I want to be able to go to my farm. I don't want to get kidnapped. So what are you talking about? That some people want to divide us. Who are the us? As in Kilonja us. Killing us between us. Like, do we even have any us at all? But because I am part of Nigeria, so I'm going to have to share in this mystery. Therefore, I have to go and reconcile with my murderer and beg them and hope. And I will keep reminding you that See, we have spoken about amnesty for terrorists. What do you call it? Repentant terrorists, Operation Safe Corridor, and all that nonsense. None of this has helped Nigeria to enjoy peace. None of them. They have released thousands, tens of thousands of these murderous terrorists. They told us they rehabilitate them. They passed through a program and all of that. But none of that is reflecting generally in Nigeria. The security situation keeps getting worse. And somebody is still telling you that we just need to go and negotiate with them. Who are we going to negotiate with? Go. They have been doing peace meeting in Katsina. Gumi has been meeting with them for the past 6 years. If my memory is still sharp. He has been publicly showing his confraternity or what have you with these terrorists. He has been trying to convince us for years. It has yielded no positive result. So when is he going to stop? So now he's saying that in the course of this advocacy for amnesty and all of that, right? So Nnamdi Kanu can also be freed. He actually used his mouth to call Nnamdi Kanu's name. This man, he said, you see, if Nnamdi Kanu can apologize and then renounce Biafra, practically saying that Nnamdi Kanu should drop Biafra, and yeah, they can discuss his release. Kai. Nigeria is a real place, so I tell you. Anyway, let's add that.
The question is, let's look at the perpetrators, which you advocate for. Allow me to use the word. Do you think we should even be having a conversation with them, especially those who are killing and driving a genocidal agenda? We can maybe have a conversation around economic conversation.
Okay, first, I'm not advocating for them. I'm advocating for Nigeria so that we see how we can tackle this menace. Let me tell you, just now, children are kidnapped in Kebbi State. Then there's in Kwara. Then there's in this place. Bauchi is afraid. Yet, with such number of outlaws that can disorganize Nigeria, and you want a military that is trained to fight a guerrilla war, which even America could not even succeed in Afghanistan. Even Israel cannot succeed in a small strip of land. A guerrilla war, our army is not designed for a guerrilla war. No army is designed for that. This kind of people you are showing now. No army is designed for it. So since we have people that are ready to put down their arms, then why do you always decide it has to be kinetic? Let me give, for example, now this Kanu that was imprisoned for terrorism, for agitating that our soldiers should be killed. If the same Kanu now will show remorse and also call for peace, honestly, I will be in the forefront in calling for his pardoning and amnesty for him. Look, Shagari, our president, we are from the same, actually, town, or in fact, related with Shagari. He gave amnesty to Ojukwu. Look at Omar Eradua. He gave amnesty to the military the
issue renounce his agitation and then sue for peace. What do you think the kind of peace that Gumi is looking for Nnamdi Kanu to stop talking about Biafra? Because according to Gumi, the Fulani terrorists are better than the IPOB. Same thing that El Rufaya said. And how is that? According to him, the Fulani terrorists are kidnapping children. When you talk to them, they will release them, they collect money. They are just like that. But Nnamdi Kanu is asking to break up Nigeria. We can't let that happen. So, answer me. Sorry, now tell me. If not because of how the foundation of this country was pretty much put in place, what in this world will be the business of a man from Zamfara, then grew up in Kaduna, a Fulani man, saying we can't let the Igbos have their own country. In what world do you really think that is possible, if not because of this contraption they put together? In what world? But that's where we found ourselves. Yeah. He's never been invited. He's never been investigated. He boldly told us repeatedly that nothing that he is doing, that the government did not have an interest or something, like the government sponsored. So who do you really want to now question him or arrest him? Me? No, maybe, what do you call it? Maybe the likes of Aregbe Mugbo Baba Kabiru. Maybe they can succeed. It was in Oshogbo Abi, what do you call it, in Oshun today, to further their, mobilization for ADC, and then giving Tifnumbu the kind of like, deadline, like your days are numbered. The Lord, Tinumbu alo walai afibole, APC alo walai ofibole. Aregbe niyan.
APC alo walai afibole, APC alo walai afibole. Ẹgbẹ́ tí yóò wúlò, tó túbọ̀ lọ́mọ pé, tó ń fẹ́ kiri pa wá, tó fi àrùn jẹ wá. APC alo walai afibole, APC alo walai afibole, APC alo walai afibole. Ẹgbẹ́ tí yóò wúlò, tó ń fẹ́ wà lọ́mọ pé, tó ń fẹ́ kiri pa wá, tó fi àrùn jẹ wá. APC alo walai afibole. A ti ń ṣe ìforúkọ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ náà. Ó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ jọ ẹmu lọ́kùn kíkó ẹ̀dẹ̀ kèrè sọ́kọ̀. Wọ́n sì ń ṣe ìforúkọ ẹ̀dẹ̀ fún kíkó. Ẹjọ́ orúkọ sílẹ̀ fún kíkó kèrè sọ́kọ̀ gbé wa. Màá tún sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ náà ti sọ̀rọ̀ wípé táwọn ta wà ń bíbá ẹ̀. Tá a bá kú wípé ẹnìkan.
Yes. You are a short man. But I know one thing. No matter how short you are, you get out, you will see the sky. Yes?
Confucius. Iragbiji, Albert Einstein. I'm just saying. So yeah, that's Aregbe Mugbo Baba Kabiru. There was another clip of him addressing his supporters. This was like 2 days ago. Working seriously to ensure that Tifnumbu won't do this to you till 2031. I know it's pretty much clownish anyway, but I mean, they are trying.
Ìjọba Nàìjíríà kò sẹ́ni tí ò mọ̀ sí wípé wọn kájú ẹ̀. Gbogbo nǹkan tí ìjọba fi ń ṣe ìjọba kò máa ṣe é ṣe lọ́dọ̀ tí wọ́n o. Ṣé oúnjẹ ṣe rírà mọ́ ń sìn yìí? Egbògi òyìnbó ń kọ́ só ṣe rà. Owó òwe ọmọ ń kọ́ só ṣe é ṣe. Ìfàyàbalẹ̀ ń kọ́ sí ètò ààbò tí ètò ààbò múná lóko. Kí ló ṣe èyí ṣe? Ọdún kẹta sí. Nígbà tí èèyàn ń ṣèjọba tí gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ olùkú mùsùlùmọ́ lórí tó lè ṣe sọ pé òun wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Ǹjẹ́ pé ká bèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn pé kí láká yìí wà lára níṣà? ADC jáde láti rí wípé àgbẹ̀tò máa padà sọ́dọ̀ ọlọ́run ẹgbẹ́ ọdún sọ́dọ̀ àlàfẹ́ ìgbà fúnra wa o àfẹ́ dá ìjọba síbi tó ti yẹ ọ̀dọ́ dání ọlọ́kẹ́ àfẹ́ dá ìjọba padà sọ́dọ̀ ọlọ́run ara àdúrà torí àdúrà rárá kó bá fi ẹ̀dá yìí àbá tí máa fi ojúmọ́ ní ilé ọlọ́run gba àkóso ìjọba orílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà owó tẹ̀ gbé ìjọba ti ẹ̀ dìde kí ni mo sọ o olúwa ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí ni gba àkóso ìjọba orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà kó o ṣe kí ni kó o gbé ìjọba ti ẹ̀ dìde ẹ fi kún àdúrà yìí lẹ́yìn tó bá fi ọkùnrin ayé tán ẹ máa sọ fọ́rọ̀ ìpè ìfẹ́ inú wa ìfẹ́ inú àwa tí orí ń ta tí a jẹ ní ibi tí ọlọ́run fún ara ẹ̀ ó gba àkóso ìjọba orílẹ̀-èdè yìí kó ṣe kí ni òkú gbé ìjọba tí ẹ̀ torí àwọn ọ̀kọ́jú àdúgbò àgbẹ̀ yìí o ọ̀kọ́jú ọ̀dẹ̀ kò ṣe dáadáa kí ló fún wa ọ̀kọ́jú ọ̀dẹ̀ ṣe dáadáa àwọn ọmọ ọmọ àgbọ̀dọ̀ ọ̀kọ́jú àlàyé lágbègbè ìbò kò wá ń ṣe òkè nìkan láti ìsàlẹ̀ pẹ̀pẹ̀ láti January kọjá February láti February máa ní local government máa ṣe mọ́lọ́sùn ṣe nínú ìtàn ìṣèjọba.
Gbẹ̀mùgbò bàbá Kàbírù ẹ gbọ́ lọ́hùn tóbi ẹ gbọ́ lọ́hùn tóbi kọ́sọ́lọ́hùn ní sùúrù gan. God is patient. Yeah, that's what they say, that if God should be given the mark of sins, who among you can wait? Tí Ọlọ́run bá ń sàmì ẹ̀ṣẹ̀, ìjẹ́ ta ni ó lè dúró bí, you know? That man that you watched now is the former governor of Osun State. And in my lifetime, when I was younger, for those of you who know Pasuma Alabi, there was this song, it was a bit famous then, right? It was like, Abuja, Adiye Abuja la baika, elikoko le jeton. Yeni gbowó tó ń bẹ l'Abuja la baika, onikoko le notan. It was referring to the kind of money, government money. If, you know, when you remember how much money these looters have stolen from Nigeria, every one of them is like stealing these billions and billions. It never finished. So there is that impression that government money never really finishes until Aregbemubu Baba Kabiru became the governor of Osun State. The state entered bankruptcy due to borrowing and borrowings and borrowings and borrowings. It got to a stage that when other states are collecting 2 billion, 3 billion allocation every month, now 500 naira they send to Osun State. A whole state, 500 naira. Sometimes 1,000. It was that bad though. Don't laugh. It's true. Osun became bankrupt. Aregbemubu Baba Kabiru now introduced different stages of salaries. Some they collect half salary, others they collect a quarter salary, others are collecting their full salary. Do you get that now? He introduced that to Osun State. And he ran that same process for years until he left power. Then he got rewarded with the position of Minister of Interior. That many people actually said Aregbemubu Baba Kabiru is only working on the days to announce public holidays. He's got nothing else to show for it. And it was with Ebokuwari when they destroyed Nigeria. 2.5 years after, Aregbemubu want to save us from Tipnumbu. The irony. They'll say, man, this joke, people like say this joke write itself. Oh. Some jokes actually write themselves. I think Aregbe is one. All these characters, they have to tell you how much of a failed state Nigeria has become in the last 10 years of APC, Ebekebe, that it has become so bad that even you that wanted Tinubu, hit him and APC gone, when you now look to the other side, you see the characters who are angling to take over. And you realize that, man, like we are. Have you ever felt like that? And then you just losing stress completely, like, oh, so that's where Charade comes in. Charade will now be the one to lead us into a revolution that will scatter everything, and we can possibly start afresh without these rogues. But that is yet to be seen. Right? So the people of Oworo, right, they have been in the news for the past few months when the Oba of Oworo decided to take people's lands. First, he told them that they should all renovate their houses. He wanted a kind of particular type of houses in his his kingdom. So some of the homeowners renovated their homes to what this Oba proposed. A few months after that, he brought bulldozers in the middle of the night and they started demolishing people's homes. And they've been in the news since then. So Lagos State government said they were not aware, like it wasn't them. How could this be going on in your state, Mr. Governor, that it's not possible you are aware, you just pretended not to be interested. And that's sad. Because some of these guys are also APC people who keeps you in power. They didn't build on any water channel. It's just about land grabbing, people grabbing their land, stealing their lands from them. It happened. It is happening all over the place, by the way. So they went to court. They protested. They brought in police to shoot at them. They shot at some of them, injured. Some of, like, a few of them have died as well from the shock. A lot of them, including children, right, have become homeless, all trapped within that space. But they are not done. From yesterday, right, they have started using a different technique to go after them again, right? So this time, they started setting fire on their properties, like they are burning their homes. In Lagos, government officials are setting fires on people's homes because they wanted them away so that they could demolish the land, right? And then sell the land. In fact, they have already started advertising the land for sale as we speak. So how could this be happening? It was said that there is a court injunction that all actions should be altered until determination of a case in court. Now, they are not listening to their own courts. But they were burning people's homes before they now demolish. Meanwhile, while they were burning homes, police were shooting at the people to chase them away. This is Nigeria.
Okay. You went to school before?
Yeah, I don't go to school. She's the only one.
This is your sister?
Yeah.
She went to school?
Yeah.
Before they consulted you from school, they've already burned your house. What of your parents now? Where are they?
My daddy is at home.
They burned everything. They just come in for work. Yeah. They come in for work. They burn everything now. Who do? Hey, Nigeria, you can come and see what is happening now, right now at Oworo. The police and madam, they are burning house now, right now. They were calling they were burning everybody's house now at Oworo. They are burning everything down. The madam and the police with Oba of Oworo. You can see these students now. They are at school right now. They've just come and called them. They've burned out their house. Nothing. You can see this one is only with a uniform. There's nothing with him again. Nigerian people, you can see what is happening now, right now. But they told us that the government have already stopped this, but they've not stopped it. You can see what Oba Oworo is doing right now. The Olofoworu, Saliu Babatunde is in with his thug and all those rest people. With the governors, everything, you can see what they happen. They've already over 3 weeks now, they've arrested some people, but they refuse to release them because of all this evil work they were performing. You can see what is happening now. Thank you. You will get more later.
It's unreal. And in that same Lagos state as well, I mean, I don't know. In that same Lagos state, yeah, you also have this VIO versus a driver. I think this is a common thing, like a common place also in Lagos, as they always say. If you don't have any crazy, if you don't have enough madness, if you don't have enough madness, please don't live in Lagos. This is Lagos.
Doing, they've blocked the road, causing traffic for people because they want to attack one vehicle, using something to hit him. See what our officers have come to. See them. They've even destroyed this truck. See.
Listen.
Is this Nigerian authority? See what you are doing. See what you are doing. What did he do? Did he steal? Did he steal? Did he steal something? Did he steal something? What nonsense?
And if you find out, right, it could just be because of bribe. The guy refused to pay bribe, and they wanted to show him. Did you see the rage? When I say with the mad people, you get me now. And sometimes you see some of them, they will dress normal. More normal. Now look at that aggression. All of them, all of them did on something, right? In uniform. They wanted to strip the truck. Like, okay, hang on. What could the driver have done that got these VIO government officials so angry that they are using their own hands, bare hands, as tools to strip a truck in the middle of the road? Now, tear your bonnet, tear your tire, tear your cord, tear your tank. How are you going to move the truck away from that place? If VIO's job is to ensure that good cars are on the road and easy flow of traffic, then what did the guy say to them? That they were using their hand. No, need tools. So you see how they opened the bonnet? You better say, well, come out the radiator, remove every wire, jag, everything. Like, what kind of anger would get into government officials that they want to use bare hands to strip a truck? What are we doing? Oga, sorry, sir. What? Why did you say we should remove the tank? Say, I don't know. I just thought we should remove the tank. We have removed the bonnet. We have removed the engine. Okay, why did we remove the engine of this truck in the middle of the road? I don't know. Yes, I can't. Let's put the engine back because I don't know. This is the kind of mad people with God knows different demons they are fighting. Those of them who have their frustration coming from being poorly paid. That's another thing. These guys work for government. They are paid very poorly. But yet, they do not have that self-esteem to confront their employers and say, we deserve a better welfare. We deserve better pay. But rather, it is the frustration they will take on you. They will take out the frustration on you. I was going to Ibadan when I went to Nigeria the last time, right? And then we got to this, they're always doing this, their road check. Ijebo Day to Ibadan, that back road. So then we got to that spot and they checked us. The guy I think the moment he opened the moment we went down the window, he automatically felt like there's somebody inside that is probably not from here. And that was me. So he just spoke straight to me directly and said, I should give them something. Right? And I asked somebody to give them, I think 500 naira or 1,000 naira. I can't remember actually, right? So they were paid. Then, as we were leaving, I think I heard maybe, something like, why did you shoot? Why did you shoot? She understand, why did you have to shoot? And he was like, I don't know, I just thought I should shoot. It's like, you know the way they always do their roadblocks now, right? You get one that will slow you down from that far. Then you see the roadblock here. Then after the roadblock, you have another one that will be in the front in case if you didn't pay them, if you fail to pay them, so that one can shoot you. But this one was just like, I was wondering, then we just passed him and then they were like, bah! And in my head, I was like, why do she shooting? If you ask him now, because I don't know, God feel like making your money. Police come, grab all of you. Yeah, everybody, yeah. And then the next, everybody don't enter down for. Police have arrested us. So then another madman who is drunk, sitting there, just feel like, I was like, why? Why are you shooting? I just want them to know that. Know what? Olokpa, madman. So their frustration is mostly meted or kind of like taken out on you. The treatment that's, the same way you are frustrated with the criminals, with the whole country, with the economy, with all these things, you are frustrated. They are frustrated too. But you are not going outside and biting people. They say, why did you bite him? Now Africa, why do you engage here? I don't know. I feel like we can engage any. Sir, wala ti deba you Africa, wala. Bros, what's happen? You are not doing that. It is similar to these people who are advocating for the Fulani terrorists. When they say, the Fulani terrorists need education, Fulani terrorists need kinika, and the rest of that because government abandoned them. I say, you know what's in my eye see. If you call an average Nigerian to tell you their own story, Baba, we they use suffering do competition. You know what I'm talking about? Let me give you an example. When everybody sort of like have a chance to talk about their growing up, say, I'll tell you what in my eyes see when I grow up. I only have just one uniform. I get one short knicker and then one khaki like that, and then my sofa. And you get your own sofa. That's where you talk to no you. Now when you grow up, you sabi yourself. So the next thing that one could just be like, look at this one. Sofa reach me. Say, how do you know? Like, we are not doing competition, bro. I'm just telling you, that one you they call suffering. Go. If I tell you my own suffering, wait till From that same conversation, another person will join. I say, that will be like, look at these two. If they combine your own suffering together, add that one too. Olowo, okay, add Olowo suffering, Olowo more. Labors, add all of you watching me, your suffering in life, you know, reach half of which me I don't suffer. Say, Alaye, calm down. Why the suffering she want the competition by? Just so you know that everybody has a tale or story of one tough time while growing up. None of us dreamed of, you know what? We are called the bandits. None of us go buy guns, you know? So if anybody comes around and say, oh, the Fulani terrorists, they abandoned, they need school, they need... Baba, now all of us say abandoned. We are orphanage. If you reason and well, oh, no be so that they look the way they are treating you in Nigeria is not how to treat citizens. Go reason now. You will be more right. So the point I am making here is that with the way Nigeria has treated all of us, right? The only people that deserves to get our rage should be those who orchestrated this whole thing. Sure, you get me now? So fair enough. Yeah. Maybe we'll get there over time. However, I think we should call it a night because my next story may ruin your evening. It's about a woman who was practicing lesbianism with her own children. It was that bad that she it with them, which they have actually met. And from the snippet of what they have had or agreement they've had, right, which I have not actually confirmed, so I'll share with you. So they seem to have been able to mellow Donald Trump's government in America to give them time, right, to rout all these terrorists. While the American Congress, the congressmen and women were discussing the killings in Nigeria, how it should be categorized or how it shouldn't be categorized, Nigerians were asking where were their own National Assembly members. They even made some jokes about that at some point. So from yesterday, right, it seemed this issue of national insecurity has now finally got the attention of your national lawmakers. So the schedule today, as a day they would actually trash it. In conclusion, though, they actually came up with something which I'm going to get to. That is, their conversation today as myriad as kind of like, you know, uninteresting some of them are, right? They ended up concluding that kidnapping in Nigeria, that a Fulani terrorist or any other person involved in kidnapping will be treated as terrorism. So therefore, the Fulani terrorists kidnapping people without any form of a justice except ransom and ransom payments. So they are about to, but I don't really think laws are the problems of Nigeria. There is nothing in this world that Nigeria have no law about. Nigeria have laws, right, about, what do you call it, the space. Just so you know, but their problem is implementation of that. The one that would go as far as picking the sponsors of terrorism. They are within the government and without the government. Wherever they are, if the government can actually go on and implement their own law by grabbing them and hold them responsible, prosecute them. Anyway, so we're going to start from the back and forth between these guys. So now, it's not like that of the US Congress when they were having that chat. You know, Nigerian faction, right? You know, sorry, the Nigerians kind of like, you know, rather said fashion rather. So the Nigerian version rather, okay? So they were all pretty much like screaming and all that. However, there was few of them who made some reasonable points. Somehow something that looks like, you know, confession as well. Few things I grabbed. So let me kind of like tell you everything. Let's start with this. It was a it was actually a lawmaker, right, from northern part of Nigeria. This time at the lower chamber, the House of Representatives, rather. Okay, so we're going to start with that. Then go on to their Senate and then on to the Tinubu's Presidency, who made some pronouncement this evening towards the same issue, right? So please share the broadcast if you haven't, and sit back.
Thank you for your leadership, and may God bless you all, the leadership of the 9th Assembly. But with heavy heart, Mr. Speaker, and deep sense of duty, I rise to contribute to this most important debate on the state of insecurity in Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, how I wish we will be debating on any other thing instead of insecurity, but this is where we are. Mr. Speaker, recently, our nation is mourning a lot of activities, not because our government is not doing well, and not because our security agencies are not doing well. In just last few days, Nigeria has witnessed strategies that should shake every conscience in these chambers. On the 17th of November 2025, armed bandit attacks Government Girls Comprehensive College in Mega.
Order, please. Order, please. Please.
They kill
Order,
a vice
please.
principal and kidnap our school children. This is not an isolated incident, Mr. Speaker. It is not, because it is part of over 145 abductions that took place recently in Nigeria, ranging from Kebbi, Niger, Zamfara, and other parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, we know what is happening to our soldiers on the front line, particularly the story of General Musa Uba. Mr. Speaker, from the attack in Kwara, the one in the church, to Kasina Mosque massacre, to mining site attack in Kwara, and violent mob in other parts of the country like Edo State that took place some time ago, it is clear that this House needs to do something urgently. Mr. Speaker, the crisis now have several interconnected theaters. When you look at the Northwest and North Central, banditry, mass kidnapping, extortion, and rural terrorism is happening. When you take the Northeast, the issue of Boko Haram and ISWAP, mutation capable of hitting 100 targets. Mr. Speaker, if you go to South and maritime domain like oil theft and coastal criminality is happening, just like other part of Nigeria. But we should ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker, what is going on wrong? We must be honest with ourselves. Under policing and orchestrated and overstretched force, the chairman police have mentioned this. We know what is happening to our forces in times of joint operation. They are being overstretched. There are not enough manpower to face the situation. Mr. Speaker, in talking about what is wrong, our population is equally exceeding the manpower requirement, and the equipment that our forces have cannot combat insecurity. Mr. Speaker, the failure of safe school framework is equally one of the things that is bedeviling us. Having committed hundreds of billions of naira, yet our schools are still soft targets from bandits and other criminalities in the form of kidnapping. My previous colleagues who speak previously before me have talked about intelligence and technology gaps. Mr. Speaker, too many attacks happened previously in one area, repeating itself because of lack of preventive surveillance and so many other security problems. Mr. Speaker, I will not bedevil us with too much talk, but let me ask this question. What do we need to do as a house? I profile the following solution to us before concluding. A concrete multi-layer plan is hereby presented. We need an immediate action. A joint resolution of both this House and the Senate to be able to tax the security agencies to come out with operational plans that will be able to address the insecurity and face the House in discussing it with Nigerian people on how we can bring this problem of insecurity and reduce it to the barest minimum. Mr. Speaker, a dedicated family liaison unit to give victim family truthful, timely update is equally important. When you look at what is happening in the social media, it puts the family of those kidnapped children into so many traumas. They don't have a dedicated
trauma unit to go and get information that will be able to calm them down. Rather, they rely on information, some of them negatively, being circulated in social media and further aggravate their own trauma. Mr. Speaker, there is need for you, having initiated a serious legislative reform. We appreciate you for spearheading security reform, anti-corruption reform, and so many other reforms that have direct nexus with the problem of insecurity. But Mr. Speaker, you need to do more by ensuring that legislative reform is being conducted. Mr. Speaker, under your own leadership too, the capacity, welfare, and accountability effort should equally be escalated. Mr. Speaker, the House, myself inclusive, need to conduct oversight, robust oversight engagement with the security agencies in such a manner that if a budget is approved, let us monitor this budget to see that it is being expanded up to the front line of insecurity, not for those approval to be stopped at a particular level. Support equally the issue of recruitment and additional military personnel should be.
Demand. Politicians, all talk, no action. You know what makes the terrorism in Nigeria and the insecurity in Nigeria to persist? I'll tell you a bit. These terrorists and their sponsors, right? They have succeeded over time to infiltrate the administrative structure, political structure, security structure. Every important national structure of Nigeria have been infiltrated by them. So therefore, there is no way chain of information, intel, will move that will not actually fall on the laps of this their sponsor and their reps. Nigeria politics requires you spending huge amount of money. That's one way that somehow, this is me now, my intrusive thought, you know, that time that you just be like, hang on, how did they manage to possibly infiltrate your politics? Well, your politics is politics of money. Many of you don't even ask where these guys were getting all these monies from. Somehow you believe that, oh, they are just looting the money, but money from drug dealers, narcotic money is being funneled into your politics, so that the drug dealers, they will have political representation and then they will get political protection. But you won't pay attention. You just realize that this guy comes and suddenly he's got these billions to spend because some godfather gave him. Similarly, these terrorists, Islamic terrorists especially, those ones who God knows what their real agenda is, because I don't see how they are going to succeed in taking all of us up. Sure, you get that, and then take over Nigeria. That's going to actually be civil war. Sure, you get that. They would have to actually wage proper war against the rest of the indigenous people of Nigeria before they will succeed. So, how did some of them gain power? For how many years have they been thrown into your administrative, political, civil, in all those places? So there is no sharing of intel that will elude them. There will always be their own spies inside that your system. So that's what makes it even more ridiculous. The National Assembly, they have the security something committee. This security something committee, right? They also expect all the security agents and the rest of them to share some certain info with them. What they do with all this information, whether they are, the number of ammunition they are procuring and where they are keeping them, this kind of like classified information. They probably share some of them with these guys, these politicians, or those who are even within the military and the rest of that. So, because if you look at this, look at this terrorism generally, from where it all started to where we are now, and tell yourself, how could they have succeeded, survived for these nearly 2 decades, killing Nigerians and kidnapping them? On the last count, this has already taken about 2 governments. This is the 3rd government. What do you really think it would have I mean, the kind of clout they have to have lasted this long without the blessing of their supposed sponsors who are in government, in business, in politics, in everywhere, even in the security apparatus. The last person that told us exactly about these guys was Goodluck Ebere Jonathan, but when he realized it was too late, instead there were Boko Harams inside his own government, but people didn't understand. There are those they call the sympathizers, terrorist sympathizers. They may not have power, okay, to prevent an action, but they may have power to sabotage an action so as to have a disastrous end. How do you fish out these saboteurs in your system when political patronage is the top priority of those in power? Political patronage, chronic capitalism, chronism, everything that satisfies them, even with this insecurity, rather than all of them to come together and end it so that they can enjoy whatever they are looting in Nigeria. Abi, they still turn that to business. Rather than end the insecurity, it just persists. That is not by accident. So when you hear that your government, it doesn't mean that Tinubu is personally protecting the terrorist. No. But there are those who are better positioned to have the better intel to now advise him. So when you now look at those who are advising him, that's where you get to see all the saboteurs. Are they telling him everything? Is he even really aware? Does he even know the Nigeria that is the president of, right? Some of you will be like, he does, but yet it doesn't. So the point here is that there are those who knows that without the government's protection, when I say government, using the instrument or the institution of government to protect armed terrorists who have blown up, I believe, all chances. When the Niger Delta militants then, when they were on rampage, the moment they were offered amnesty, you know what happened? They publicly renounced their agitation. They handed over their weapons, probably like 10-20% of their weapons to mark the ceremony, so as to show that, okay, we are no longer, you government, now do your own part. For the past 10 years, Boko Haram has been allowing terrorists to go without trial. He has been doing that for this Fulani terrorist without any trial at all. However, that has never reduced the killings. So that is where Eyinaya Abari becomes seen. Should he come in now? Yeah, let's go.
South. The writer, George Orwell, made a very profound statement, which I will quote. He says that in times of universal deceit, telling the truth becomes a revolutionary act. We are being told every day to be patriotic. We are being told here that we shouldn't say anything against. We are being told that, oh, you shouldn't talk about the past. You should focus on the present. Yet, on this floor, rather than focus on what we are supposed to talk about, we go back to say, oh, during 2015, oh, the Chibok girls happened, and oh, we are now rescuing people. People were not rescued at that time. During Chibok, 17 local governments in Katsina were not having parleys with bandits. People in Kebbi were not leaving all the rural areas and coming to only the urban areas to stay. People in Niger were not being kidnapped. So why do we need to, at any time we need to talk about the present issues of today? we go back to start to look for excuse for our failures of today. I only want to say, let us do the right thing. We're not blaming this government for what they are finding itself, but it is the government in power, and they should do the right thing. What are the right things? We take only one example. The governor of Kebbi said that somebody ordered troops out and people were kidnapped. Till today, nobody in Nigeria knows what happened, and no question has been asked. And we are sitting down here as a parliament, and we turn and we talk. Yet, somebody is responsible. If I'm the commander-in-chief, I will call the army commander in that place and the head of the army and say, if you don't get me the head of this person who withdrew the troops to put all these children in jeopardy, then you make an example of him. That is how a country is run. A country is not run on pacification. A country is run on confronting issues. I rest my case.
It's a country, it's a nation. Mr. President, instead of repelling, we should be pursuing this bandit in the hideout whereby they and get them, bring them to order. Mr. President, we have had so much on this narrative all over this in the 8th, 9th, and in the 10th Senate now. It is time now to act. We have spoken enough. We have said enough, and the nation has been watching us as their representatives. What are we going to do next? In the prayer number 10, he asked for a special committee to review and advise the Senate, but the time given to us is too short. Mr. President, let it be 4 weeks for this committee to report back to the Senate what can be better done. Mr. President, I happen to be one of the security committees in the 9th Senate, and I can see the gadget available in most of the senior security heads. They can watch in the offices the comfort of all the police in this country. What is missing then? Why can't we make effort to take this police one by one and come and get them finished, that the nation can have peace?
Nuisance leleyi. Nuisance leleyi.
Just save your time. So he went. What happened is that he's actually the former governor of Sokoto State. His name is something Wamatakada or something, Wamaku or something. Anyway, he was telling them that Tinubu should not withdraw their police protection. No. That if Tinubu remove their, private police like he ordered, he's also going to put them in danger because they would then become vulnerable, and the terrorists could take them and their families. So he's now suggesting other things that Tinubu could do, but please don't take our police. As for Abaribe wants the Senate to stop romancing this. It is the responsibility of the government in power to protect everyone, not to look for an excuse. Because right now, the Ronokus especially, they are consoling themselves that at least, yes, they are kidnapping school children. But the good thing is that at least they are rescuing them. Jonathan did not even agree that they kidnapped the children. So right now, things are better than 2015. I was like, the beru along, the takula. There's a takula, the beru along. But you can't say that to the Ronukus because, it won't count. However, talking about the children that they have been playing with right now, nobody is even talking about the 315 school children that they took from the St. Mary Catholic School in Niger State. Yeah. These ones are the 24 schoolgirls secondary school girls taken from Maga, a comprehensive school also in Maga, that is in Kebbi State. So yesterday when they announced that the girls have been released, they have been rescued, So a lot of people are just like, man, APC and these people are just taking Nigerians for fools, right? How do you rescue people, the people, children kidnapped, and those who kidnapped them were not arrested? How could you call that a rescue? What kind of a rescue is this? What kind of a game are you playing? So while they were celebrating and trying to do the photo ops with the children yesterday, claiming that it was a Batawale's expertise that got the children freed. Well, the terrorists themselves uploaded a video of the children asking them, "Are you okay?" "Yes." Did anybody hurt you?" "No." "Did anybody say any hurtful things to you?" "No." Listen. And it was after that they released them, which means they've confirmed that the ransom had been paid, like they've been paying, and will never disclose. But the terrorists uploaded this yesterday. If they are looking for them, is this not something that they can actually use this geo-tracking or whatever to track them and grab them because of the crime they've committed? No, they gave them money.
To an ba ku kulawa? To insha Allah kun dai ga za a mai sheku lafiya akan uwayenku ku koma lafiya. Kuna lafiya ku. Akwai wadda an kawo magana banza daga cikin ku. Duka cikin lami lafiya ko? To insha Allah ga mu dai insha Allah mu din ne yalo insha Allah za a bashe ku ta kan sulhu a zama lafiya. Ku koma lafiya. Ai bai an sheku ba. Jirgi nawa ya taho abu da ku? Ba mu sani ya. Kun san iyaka? To insha Allah kun dai gwamnati ta kasa an saka ko? A zalama an ka zo za a amshe ku akan ta magana da manya da komi ko? To insha Allah masha Allah ya salamu.
Nigeria. So let's go back to the National Assembly, this time House of Representatives, where this speaker practically told the listeners that they needed to do more. This is the state governors, the this, the that. Tinubu can't be everywhere. So you shouldn't expect him to be in Ogun, to be here. Nobody said he should be in anywhere, man. Come on, but listen. She's a lawmaker.
Are we going to wait until our children are kidnapped? And I asked myself, the children that were kidnapped are, of course, our children. And we have to see that any Nigerian killed, caused injury, or traumatized is our own because we represent them. The reality we confront today is not a distant episode in our national conversation. It is a deep and bleeding wound in the lives of our children, our families, and our communities. And I term the Papiri and Kamba abductions as a national tragedy. We are facing severe insecurity crises with widespread kidnapping and banditry.
Absolute silence, please.
When people go into communities to kill them, to traumatize them, this is nothing but terror. Let me be clear, these are not mere security failures. They are breaches of the most fundamental duties of the state, which is the security of lives and properties. And like I've always asked, when we have security issues, we need our governors to do more. The president cannot be everywhere. He cannot be in Sokoto, he cannot be in Zamfara, he cannot be in Ogun State. He cannot even be in Lagos State, his own state. We need our governors to do more. And this is the right time for us as a house to legislate on the right legal framework on our state policing. As politicians, we say every politics is local. For me, I may not be a security expert, but I know that every security is local. We need a security situation where our security operatives will be communicado, where Nigerians can call any security operative at any hour of the day, and they are sure to get the right response. And of course, an interactive one at that. When we have that, that is when we have the right policing. In normal crimes, you find out that citizens police themselves. When you see something, you say something. I want to say that the brief relief felt by the families of those that escaped is overshadowed by the agony of those still waiting for a knock on the door, for a phone call, for any sign of hope. We have seen the children. Where are the kidnappers? Nigerians are asking. We have seen the children. Where are the kidnappers? We need to know. This crisis demands our urgent attention because children are used as deliberate targets. Schools that are once safe havens have become tragic targets. Heightened vulnerability for our women and children who face kidnapping, violence, exploitation, displacement, and psychological trauma. Mothers and female educators bear emotional and economic burdens, community disruption, and I must say that this trauma lasts a lifetime sometimes. We have to avoid this. Lifelong psychological harm. Children who escape captivity or witness violence often experience long-time trauma, insomnia, anxiety, nightmare, and withdrawal. Are we going to wait until our children are kidnapped?
Anyway, I think that's a Kafila Ogara. That was her. So there to remind all of us that Tifnumbu, an old man, he can't really be everywhere. Wouldn't you like to have a leader that could be everywhere? Yeah, like you see, this abroad. Yeah, when tragedies strikes and they're just going to be there like fly there because it's your country. And that's why you have to make sure that you do everything enough that this kind of a situation is so controlled that you don't have to be everywhere. Be flying to go and commiserate with people or go and make condolences visits. Anyway, that's just by the way. Yeah, it's all talk. Again, all of that's just talk. No action. Some of them are even talking more like they have no idea of what they are saying. They're just like social media kind of like audience themselves, making their own talking point. Meanwhile, they are well-paid lawmakers, also have their own staff that could research for them. Do research enough that even when you are presenting in the floor of the chamber, right, you are speaking from the position of knowledge, not just like, anyway, like I said, it's never really going to be the same. So yeah, the girls. So they eventually took the girls to their governor today, since that yesterday, right? It was maybe Patawale. They are still like, reaching them and love that. I don't know. So they took them to their governor today. Before we go to that, I'm going to take you to the upper chamber where Seriake Dixon had his own input in all of this. He's an opposition, mind you. Watch this.
Senator Baribe also touched on that briefly. Please, this is one of the most trying periods that our country is facing. Even in battle times, in war times, it's not easy to lose a brigadier general. It's not easy to lose a brigadier general. Even in battle times, it's not easy to see this mass of communities being displaced, harassed, taken hostage, and people killed in several parts of our country. Our democracy, right before our eyes, is being rubbished. Our country, right before our eyes, is losing prestige and respect, and is endangered by the day. So this is a very serious motion. And I want to briefly object to the way and manner some of the comments from the other side have been on this very serious issue. This is the Senate of the Federal Republic.
Sorry,
no,
please.
I'm coming. Let me make my views, please.
You learn, but which other side? There is only
No.
There's only one side.
The mover of the motion. I'm coming. Before I say, please. The mover of the motion talked about.
There's one Senator Dixon.
taking it and doing it work. No. He's taking it and doing it work. SP. On the other side. SP. You are protected. You are not protected. Why are you demanding the whole Senate? To discuss this issue of national security. When Maiyegun serious issue, you are telling me about and not as if this Senate is an extension of the presidency that we will come here and comment on a situation like this. Please, I respectfully request that withdraw that statement. No, you have to withdraw that. You have to withdraw that statement. No. We are talking about commendation. No. All the prayers that are going all of that now. We commend them. No, because they are people's party. We commend them.
Time is up.
Well, you are the deciding officer.
Can I guide you? Can I guide you? If you want to conclude your speech, be guided from the chair. The reality is that this affects all of us. So there's nothing like this side or that side. Immediately no. Well, the person watching you outside will think that the Senate is in two divisions. On the issue of insecurity that we are discussing, we are one side. The entire Senate is one. So there's nobody here that will come and say that this side is treating the issue with levity, this side. And if you say we should not commend the president, it simply means you should tell the president to sleep. When a man has canceled his international trips and step back to face the issue, what you are seeing is an attack on Nigeria by our enemies. And it's even as I'm speaking with you now, I understand that yesterday in the same community or so, that they went there and then abducted a pregnant woman with the 11 others yesterday night. You don't know when it will come to your village. So there's nothing like this side and that side. We are all Nigerians and we are all concerned with what is going on. So I would prefer that we concentrate on solutions. And what we are saying is that we must rise to the occasion. This country cannot bow to despair. Neither can we bow to fear.
Ẹni òfò ni ẹ ṣòfò láyé ẹ tún sí lálìkìyàmà ẹ̀yin rádaràda wọ̀nyí. Ẹni òfò ni ẹ ṣòfò láyé ẹ tún sí lálìkìyàmà ẹ̀yin rádaràda wọ̀nyí. Ẹni òfò.
You see, Akpabiole is doing exactly what Tifnubu wanted him to be doing. They did not want any situation where the National Assembly will be forced to invite Tifnubu to come and answer questions directly from the senators. That is why Akpabiole quickly waded in, turned off his mic, his microphone, so that he won't be able to see anything anymore. Because all these things you are watching, all those things you watched, they are just drama, they are just theatrics. So that Nigerians can pretend, they are pretending to Nigerians to make it look like, oh, we are talking about it. Meanwhile, at the end of it, it is to exonerate Tifnubu. They are not willing to probe into all this Operation Safe Corridor, the terrorists that are being funded by state governors, terrorists who are getting allocations, sharing from the federal allocations in their different local government areas. All those who are behind this fake peace meeting with terrorists. These are the areas that the Senate, the National Assembly should be probing. And in the process, the President GLC, Tifnubu and his gang, they will have questions to answer. But no, to Akpabiole, Tifnubu canceled the South Africa trip. He canceled his Angola trip. Do you know what it takes for the president to cancel his trip? That's to tell you that he cares about this whole thing. So the way you are talking like You are supporting our enemies who are attacking our country. We are one here. How can you be one? One as what? One as those who disagree with what is going on, or one as those who agree with the way Tifnubu is doing? How can all of you be like, we are one, we all agree with what Tifnubu is doing? So Akpabiole is projecting, and that's what they have been doing. Opposition exists in the National Assembly for a reason. Or to Akpabiole, even those who are, you can pretend that you are opposition, but you are with us. You know that you are with us. That is how they are running National Assembly. And anything that is probably going to put Tifnubu in the spotlight, avoid it. And Nigerians are the losers for it. But somebody has this to say at their own House of Representatives, the junior chamber, the lower chamber.
We were refugees during Nigerian Biafran War. As a child, I know how my parents suffered to keep me alive for that 3 years. But let us tell ourselves the truth. What kind of sovereignty allows terrorists to capture and kill a whole general like a common criminal? Because if terrorists can cross our borders at will, enter our villages at will, ambush military convoys at will, take entire towns at will, and now capture a brigadier general, then what exactly are we protecting with this so-called sovereignty? Is this sovereignty when terrorists are the ones controlling forests, highways, and communities? Is this sovereignty when commanders are killed and everyone stays silent and our children out of school? We opposed the US when they wanted to help Nigeria destroy terrorists. We shouted, don't interfere, don't touch our sovereignty. But what is left is to protect when terrorists already operate like a government inside a government. A country that cannot secure its land is not sovereign, it is vulnerable. This is a personal opinion. A country where terrorists can humiliate military is not sovereign. It is under siege. A country that refuses international help while soldiers die is not sovereign. It is stubborn to its own destruction. If a general can fall like this, then all of us are naked. This is not time for pride. Take entire towns at will and now capture a brigadier general. Then what exactly are we protecting with this so-called sovereignty? This is not a time for pride. This is not a time for ego. This is time to ask, what is sovereignty? What if it cannot save a single life of a Nigerian? Truly, a country of particular concern. As an opposition, I'm standing here to say that, Mr. President, I've observed over time since 99, he's a very courageous person. That's why in 99 in Lagos, I voted for him to be a governor. And I also saw his courage when, a minute after being sworn in, he removed the oil subsidy. Though timing was wrong. I saw his courage when he brought off 4 tax bill here, we passed. We saw his courage. And also I want to encourage him to extend that his courage. Today, our brother has been jailed for life. And the judge who jailed him saw before him what you are distracting me. The judge who jailed him on Motosho saw things before him that made him to jail him for life. good enough. But Mr. President has the greatest opportunity now. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm a lawmaker. That Mr. President
Leader, please. Leader, please.
Mr. President today has the greatest opportunity as a very courageous person. That today I know that
point of order.
The councils to Maazika Luwankwo has not gone for appeal. We are not appealing today. We are demanding today that within the ambits of law of these 60-90 days, he has not gone
point
to
of
court.
order.
For Mr. President to give him a pardon and release Nnamdi Kanu to us. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Thank you.
We are refugees.
What the hell is he? Why did he struggle to actually let that out? That should be the easiest thing to kind of like say. At this point, I want to, I don't know, like, why did he struggle to let that out? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be released unconditionally, whatever you want to call it, right? But that's also part of their conversation. But there's an extended one again, this time from the reps to the Senate. Let me quickly add it before I will now add my own analysis. I'm still talking about the state of the insecurity. Yeah.
And I do not miss that word. They are always up to responsibility. The example was before the attack of Kuje prison, there was a report. Those who are supposed to implement neglected. The same thing happened now in Kebbi. There was a report, and the security council meeting was held at the state. At the end of the day, there was directive, but an hour before the bandits struck in, the people on ground withdrew. This is one other area that we must look into. There must be synergy, there must be collaboration between all our security agencies. Otherwise, it is going to be exercise in futility. Right. And I have never seen a country like ours where you neglect the advice of your own intelligence. It's important that we take them serious. It's important. Right. As far as I'm concerned, if we are taking the security intelligence reports seriously, the crisis in Plateau State and other places may not have taken place. The last is about our judicial system. Why will you arrest somebody with criminality, keep him, and you'll be there for 1, 2, 3 years, 10 years? There is no judgment. This we also have to look at. Is it about the laws? Is it about the provision in the Constitution? This is an area that we need to amend. Sir, I do not believe that we need to negotiate with criminals. I do not believe that there's need to allow those criminals outside for what is being done. We are seeing, why will criminals come to town to a wedding with guns in convoy, and we have the security in this country? They cannot track them. I watched with nostalgia again, a small boy of not more than 10 years from Zamfara Osokoto who visited Bello Turji in his own enclave. The boy said he survived by leg to reach out to him, that he wanted to be in his own gang. Came back. From that story alone is sufficient if we are serious and we are serious to use that boy to track and get to where those people are. I believe some people are benefiting, and that's why they don't want this matter to end. If they are not benefiting, why are we not? We have excelled. We have done exceedingly well as far as the Nigerian Armed Forces is concerned. We have gone to Liberia and other countries, done well, come back to this country. I can tell you for free, sir, before my cousin was killed, he came to me to say, I want to work, but they want to kill me. Help me transfer. My colleagues will be able to know, those who are in that formation. Help me transfer out of that place. There's nobody in Yobe and Borno that doesn't know, and that's why I want to thank Governor Zulum. He is somebody that is doing well. After his death, he has maintained the family, bought the house for the family, doing a lot for the family. There are very few who care about that. I said, I can tell you for free, sir. When he told me this, I said, my brother, take it as a call. He said, no, I want to do the work. This is what I subscribe to do. But they will kill me because there is sabotage. They send him on an errand to do the job. On return, they asked him to go back again. And on his way, he was ambushed and he was killed. My younger brother that I mentioned came to me to say, transfer me, my sino. I want to leave this place. I said, I won't do that. Those who don't have people of authority in authority like me, what is their own position? He said, I want to do the, I've been to Liberia, I've been to other places, but these people will kill me because they are not supporting us. There's no equipment.
Okay.
Barely 1 month after, they kill him. The wife of this person, this is what I want to tell you, sir, came to me crying, don't make me a widow. They will kill your brother. I am saying that serious collaboration and gap even within the system. And this one have to be looked into. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, respected colleagues. I pray that God will continue to grant you the wisdom and the wisdom of Solomon to lead our country right. Thank you, sir.
Kidnapping now pays more than oil. Kidnapping pays more than sitting as a senator or sitting in the villa. And therefore, as lawmakers, what do we need to do? We now look at kidnapping and say we must amend our laws to say kidnapping is a terrorist act and must therefore be treated as such and must therefore carry the death penalty. And that is some of the ways we have to go. Mr. President, the entire security architecture of our country we need just to sit down. It is not about talking in plenary here. It is not talking about one committee or the other. We must be able to find out. It's not about just national security. Every committee that needs to answer his name must answer his name here in plenary or in executive session. And therefore, going forward, most of the questions arising from our colleagues is not to the president, it's to ourselves. And therefore, the Senate Leader Office, with the understanding of the SP, must find a way in a situation like this, before we even peruse to the matter in details, we need to raise the chairman of committees to give us a synopsis of what they do, how they do it, and then following from that, then we can give our opinion, our recommendation, the way forward, the way this. But if we every day we come here and we do some of these things that we only do it probably to appease our constituents, but the matter is not solved. Appeasing our constituency is just secondary. Getting peace is primary. People want to turn our country upside down. And we are looking at it as a joke. Day in, day out.
We will work with you to build a Nigeria that is not corrupt.
I bring you a message of hope.
We are going to spend a lot of resources on education.
We will work.
We've heard a lot. And of course, it's all talks, no action. They are lawmakers. They are not, the executives that actually really implement laws, I think. So they are not, they did try, right, by addressing this terrorism as terrorism. And any of them caught should have death sentence. Makes sense. But that is now left for Tinubu to do. If the executive, because he controls the military, he controls all the security apparatuses and the rest of them. So he's got the resources he needs. He controls the National Assembly that has been approving different kind of loans for him. So he's got no problem pushing any legislation through if he really wants to deal with the terrorist. So that's why the BOC stop at on his own table, put it that way. Of Papa Biole is inviting the lawmakers as children to their mommy's dinner party Remi Werekwe is inviting the senators to come for a dinner party. Akpabiole is calling them the children. Remi, their mom. In a letter sent to them by Remi.
Remi Tinubu CON, First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So this is like an invitation by the mother to the children on a Friday. So I wish you sumptuous meal and fruitful discussion. Senator Wamako, you are looking at me as if you are going to travel, don't you? This is very important. So we all meet there on Friday. Correspondence from the villa.
Nigeria is so corrupt, which I regret the day I was born in this country. It's unfair. This is unfair now. This is unfair. Nigeria is so corrupt, which I regret the day I was born in this country. It's unfair. This is unfair now. This is unfair.
So that was Akpabiole telling the senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that the letter from Remi Werekwe inviting them to a sumptuous dinner is like the mother writing children. Well, so Kolu has now forwarded the names of 3 people to Akpabiole as ambassadors, because from what I gathered there, now this thing I don't have the full details, okay? But they're just like a snippet. But sometimes they always come together at the end of the day, right? So the trip that Referendum and others embarked upon when they went to go and see XF, Donald Trump's Secretary of War, right? So part of the deal that they proposed to Trump was that they were willing to commit $2 billion on military, like, weapons and the rest. So Nigeria already ordered some, I don't know the name, right? But they are like fighter, kind of like a choppers, right? Who are also like armed, they can, right? Chinook or something. Is that what it's called? Chinook? No. Anyway, like I said, they are pieces of information, okay? So this was part of a defense deal that Nigeria had, I think, prior to Tifnumbu. So they were expecting that the delivery time for that would be 2028. So from Referendum's trip, they have brought it forward to 2026, if you can believe them. But again, like I said, it's all unconfirmed though. So from that trip, offering Trump $2 billion that, okay, yeah, we'll buy weapons up to $2 billion, like Bokwari also did in 2019, if you remember. So now that gave them the room, like, to buy time. So you get like, okay, you know what? Americans will now be working with us in going after these terrorists. So Trump is not sending any, what do you call it? He's not sending any warplanes to come and bomb anywhere. At least not for now. Again, it's an unconfirmed information. Share you guys, it's not like it's official. But now, from the pieces of all this info, you're going to get, you are going to have an idea of what is going on, right? So part of the issue was that until now, Tifnumbu never appointed any ambassador. Nigeria have no ambassadors in any country. Only the embassy staff have been running the embassy. So the the excuse given by Tifnumbu and Tifnumbu's handler was that they are saving money. At least the embassy is running. So when this Donald Trump's wahala kicked off, it's not even wahala. When Donald Trump gets interested in what is going on in Nigeria, some people were saying a situation like this would have been managed if Nigeria had ambassadors to the United States. Sure, you get, like, an ambassador would have a sort of like diplomatic cover or leverage to meet with the president of the United States, to brief them and tell them, lie to them about Nigeria, blah, 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 blah. So because of this, Tifnumbu has now selected 3 people. Was it Oluwole Oke or Adewale Oke or something? And then the other guy that was arrested, you know that man they found $40 million or something in his Ikoyi flat, remember? $40 million, £9 million, million check. Remember? So he's been appointed as an ambassador designate and others. So the names were forwarded to Akpabiole. Let him read it for you. I'll show you the faces.
Distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, GCON, Senate President, National Assembly Complex, Distinguished Senate President, request for confirmation of appointees or request for confirmation of appointments of non-career ambassadors designates. In accordance with the provisions of Section 171, subsection 1 and 2, C and 4 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, I am pleased to present for confirmation by the Senate the under-listed 3 nominees first. 3 nominees as non-career ambassadors designates. 1. Kayode Are, Ogun State. 2. Aminu Dahatu from Jigawa State. Members of the nominees, please accept the present. This is of my highest. Yours sincerely, Tinubu, President Commander of the Armed Forces, the Federal Republic.
Sorry about the audio. It's quite, So you've got the Are, Dalatu, and okay. So I'll show you their faces so that I can put faces. I can put face by each name. All right. So you know who they are. So okay, I'll be okay. That's the one on the left, right? And I think he is from either Ekiti, Abina, Udo. The man in the middle was the guy they found over 40 million. You with me? They found over 40 million in a Ikoyi flat. And he said it was money meant for the internal security stuff by the NIA, National Intelligence Agency or something. That's him in the middle. And then that's the Dalatu from Jigawa, the one at the top right. So these are the 3 people that Tinubu will be sending as ambassadors to United States, United Kingdom, and possibly France. So Dalatu will likely be sent to United States. Are will likely be sent to UK. Anoke will be sent to France. I don't know. I could put my money on that and possibly I could be right with 1 or 2 of them. Anyway, that's just by the way. So let's go back into other happenings. The southern governors on their own have decided to come together and, in the name of a security summit. So all of the 17 states from the southern part of Nigeria, which includes the southwest, southeast, and the Niger Delta. So they all converged in Abeokuta then after dubious Dagbo had to read their communique. But this first, this paparazzi drama, yeah.
And 6 other rounds, commanded by post number 527091, Sergeant Humans Orimisore. Get bomb and ready for your inspection, Your Excellency. Who dead ups? Show dead ups. National salute. Be dead ups.
will take it here now. I want here now.
Your Excellency, may I have permission to mess up the gas? National salute, deserve us.
Charles Sundo of Anambra State, Your Excellencies, the brother governors of other southern states of the Federal Republic of Nigeria here present for.
So they were all there. Meanwhile, the new ministry created by Tifnumbu, Ministry of Livestock. Yeah. So the Minister of Livestock, livestock minister, or which is the Fulani terrorist minister, because you may not know, Tifnumbu already appointed a minister that was supposed to address all the issues concerning this Fulani terrorist in Nigeria. So they call him livestock minister. Do you even know him? No? Me too. I don't know him. I can't even recognize him. But today, he was quoted to have said, open grazing cannot be banned. And by law, in southern part of Nigeria today, open grazing is considered as illegal. So the minister just said that now, that no, open grazing has come to stay for the Fulanis who wants to graze, and for those ones who want to go to ranches, they too can go to ranches. Yeah. Go and Google it. I don't know the guy. And now I'm going to be interested in actually really knowing him and his name and his face, and I'm going to make you know him too. Just so you know that he's holding a ministerial position where he could use executive power, right, to ensure that these terrorists are indeed established while they are still killing us, just so you know. So, yeah, he's the dubious Dapo of Ogun States, telling us what the governors came to, like, you know.
Southern Nigeria now stands at a pivotal moment, marked by rising threats to security, economic pressures, and the urgent need for coordinated leadership. Recent abductions in schools, religious centers, and rural communities across the country demonstrate that no region is insulated from organized criminality or violent extremism. Distinguished colleagues, as we deliberate on the security architecture of southern Nigeria, it is important to state clearly that the creation of state police remains a non-negotiable component of our collective demand for true federalism and effective grassroots security. Our region has consistently advocated for a policing system that is closer to the people, more responsive to local realities, and better equipped to address the rapidly evolving threats that we face. The recent incidents across the country reinforce this urgency. A unified southern position on state police will not only enhance intelligence gathering and early warning capabilities, but also strengthen our ability to secure schools, farmlands, border communities, and critical infrastructure across our states.
So anyway, so that was them meeting to find solution to this insecurity that they believe is kind of like enveloping the entire country. So southern part of Nigeria, that won't be the first time. And it was on one of them coming together, one of those kind of like summits that they ended up creating Amotekun. But they are still federally limited on what kind of ammunition they are allowed to carry. So if the terrorists are carrying automatic rifles, right? So the defending power or defending force, they must have superior firepower. Nigeria under Bokwari ensured that these governors couldn't really arm the Amotekun. So Amotekun now turned to those who are now checking people's phones, helping people to recover their debt from from people who win them, and ridiculous things, because their real job was for them to be forest guards in Yoruba land. So a Yoruba man is the president of Nigeria right now, which is Tinubu. So the southern governors are saying it on like a dubious type of say, right? They are going to give their full support or backing for the state police creation, so that they can be kind of like the first responders, right? But what is the point in even creating state police, but they can't carry firearms? They can't carry automatic rifles. So it's this now maybe another kind of charade, okay? So rather than advocate for more state police or what have you, why not just give the Amotekun, for instance, Ebubeagu? Ebubeagu is in the eastern part of Nigeria, but you only hear about them when they start looking for people they were accused of being IPOB, by the way. So they never really go after the Fulani terrorists in the forest, no. They never go after these unknown gunmen terrorists, no, because they are partly the unknown gunmen too, Ebubeagu. So it's crazy, right? So I would want a situation whereby they will tell Tinubu and say, listen, give us the clearance to get proper weapons and trainings, all the proper logistics for this Amotekun. You get what I mean? But no, they want to create state police, and they all dressed up like they were having the Red Day in Abeokuta. But yeah, that's what happened in Abeokuta. But apart from that, you are mostly on your own. You know that, right? So they brought what do you call this? They brought a security expert to come and speak on the security situation in the country, and he did tell us that yeah, they have put together whatever it is that they wanted to achieve with this Kirby kidnapping. So the children kidnapped in Kirby, their parents, and the entire way of their entire kind of like a way of controlling the narrative. As ridiculous as it sounds, right? So this person made us realize that one of the children, one of the parents of the children, actually had an heart attack when they kidnapped his daughter or so, yeah, and he died. The tragedy of the game the politicians are playing. And this is a good example.
Unless there's a different system
sincerely
of doing
speaking,
it.
that's the comment and that's the report we've also received from the locals. So the onus is now on the Nigerian security agencies to ensure that, look, we don't speak about this on the pages of newspaper or on television. People want to see concrete action. Imagine a father, a mother whose daughter, and there's something that probably many Nigerians don't know. One of the parents of these girls or these children that were picked in this school, Mr. Anthony, died yesterday of heart attack.
Oh dear.
Because 3 of his children
I'm so
are
sorry.
victims.
So sorry.
People
to
don't
hear
understand this. So when you speak this, you are not speaking against anybody. You are just trying to tell exactly the problem.
I'm really sorry
the
to hear
pains,
that.
the trauma. We've tried today to speak to many of the parents with their numbers. They're even scared to pick calls. And when I was speaking yesterday to the leadership of the church in Kontagora, and they told me this news because I knew about this death since yesterday. It was a really sad thing. You can imagine the man is in shock because 3 children, he will not even know what to explain, what is happening to them. I said the other day that, these are children who have been used to possibly wake up in the morning, to possibly brush their teeth, wake up in the morning to have breakfast and later tea break or lunch, depend on the school system, and then dinner. These children have not seen sleep in the past few days. These children have not done some of this, and they've not even taken their bath. You can imagine what these children are going through. So now their parents themselves cannot tell exactly where the children are, what happened to the children, because I think there's a mix-up of information even in some of these conversations. The 50 children that came back, when the bandit entered into that school, they went straight to the junior dormitory and started bringing them out. And I think this news filtered out to the senior dormitory, they ran away. And that's why you see the number of the senior students is low.
So unless there's have a different system.
Yeah. The children they use in their political game. That's the way I see it. And if you have to launch an inquiry into all of this, it's got to be an external inquiry. Because those who are going to bring in from the internal are so compromised because they all allowed this to fester in the first place. So they kept propping the children. When they brought the children back, they didn't even allow them to go to their parents or their parents to see them. They were moving them from one government building to a guest house to this person to that person. And all yesterday positioned, displaying them here and there to the media to take pictures, And then this, I think it was this morning or what was lit last night, they finally handed them over to their state governor in another ceremony. The military handed them over to the governor. So the governor is now going to host another ceremony to hand them over to their parent, I think.
No escape from that same forest. On the 19th of this month, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, directed the Honorable Minister of Defense of State for Defense to relocate to Kebbi State in order to ensure the complete return of all the kidnapped victims. I am happy today to present the 24 recovered victims of that kidnapping incident. The 24 girls are here, hale and hardy, no death, no injury. However, we shall suggest and advise that after the handing over, the state government should look into getting good medical doctors to check the children and further confirm their health status. I want to also mention that the Chief of Defense Staff and the Chief of Army Staff have directed me to express appreciation to you for the support given to the military and all other security agencies that partook in the operations to recover these students. They have also mandated me to extend the same gratitude to all security agencies that took part, including the police, the NSA, and all other security agencies that took part, to appreciate them for the efforts and contributions given for us to secure safe return of these people. In particular, they have directed me to express appreciation also to the Honorable Minister of State Defense for coming in and wasting no resource, no time, no resources were spared to ensure that the military and other security agencies got all what is required in terms of coordination and logistics. Of course, we know that His Excellency the Executive Governor of Kebbi State, being the host of the whole team, also deserves great commendation. On this note, Your Excellency, I hereby hand over the returned, the rescued 24 victims of the kidnapping of 17th of November 2025 that took place at Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School, Maga, Dampos, here in Kebbi. Sir, children are hereby handed over.
Will remain as a history in the annal of this administration in Kebbi State. I also want to thank the minister, since the directive of the president, Minister of Defense, Dr. Bello Matawale, he is here working assiduously together with the security agencies to ensure the order, the directives given by the CNC has finally yielded the result. I want to thank everybody, our people in Kebbi State that pray for the rescue of this our daughter. I want to thank you, and I won't thank you enough, because you have done something for us here in Kebbi State that Kebbi State people will never forget.
Anyway, performative show, photo op, and the rest of that until another set of people becomes the victims, right? And then you'll be asking yourself, when is this really going to end? Now, we still have 315 school children kidnapped from Niger State to Omo. I have no idea why that doesn't really seem to bother people. Like, people barely talks about that. 315 school children kidnapped from St. Mary's Catholic School in Papiri in Niger State. People are not really, well, their own governor, the Niger State governor, Bago, spoke with the BBC earlier, and according to him, 11 children have been rescued. That's what he said. He said they have rescued 11 from 315. But remember, they said 50 of them escaped. Like that soldier that was speaking in that Kelby show. You hear when he said, they released, he quickly changed it, they rescued. A soldier that is lying has already has already kind of like, disgraced his own oath, I think. Because he's lying. You can't be soldiers who came to present these school children as rescued, and yet you can't tell us where their kidnappers are, what happened to them. So now here is the state governor of Niger State, where 315 school children have been taken for nearly a week now. He's telling us that 11 have been rescued. Now, should we add the 11 plus the 50 that escaped? Or this is actually 11 that I don't know.
It's not about Christianity. It's beyond that. A school where people, the church has been there for a lot of people. In that area, Papiri, the church has served as an orphanage. The church has served as a school. The church has served as a home to a lot of people who are homeless. So it's beyond just Christianity. A lot of people who even attend the school, who are even students in that school or pupils, are probably not just Christians. It's a mixture. A lot of devil advocacy would say people are trying to take advantage of that situation, to trying to blackmail the country. And this is what I feel. Like, this is like an attempt to blackmail or to bring crisis within this country, trying to portray that Christians are maligned or are being treated otherwise. But it's not so.
You have said that the numbers are exaggerated. How did you reach this conclusion?
There was an attack and there was scare. A lot of children went into the forest. The school said to me in writing, missing, not abducted. Number of missing students. So they are not certain whether these entire students are with the bandits, or are they in the bush. We have opened a register there and we are counting.
The community that is in that area, they feel left out, they feel abandoned. What assurances are you giving to the parents that you are actively working to rescue their children?
So my going there is going to happen. And the assurance we are giving them is that we have started rescuing some of their children. Some of them have been reunited.
Are you categorically saying that students have been rescued?
Yes.
Because the school told us that students escaped.
In a farm settlement, we rescued 11 people. So outside the last 51 that were declared, additional 11 have been confirmed rescued, and the operation is still going on.
I was in Papuri, and the security that I saw there was very, very minimal.
Security is not what you see. We can't discuss security on your screen. We are here to rescue lives.
When do you think the schools will be reopened, and what conditions will be met or should be met before you can open the schools in Niger?
It's not going to be very soon that we're going to open boarding schools in Papiri. It won't open now until we're sure the lives of people or students are secured. It's not about.
I don't know, is it just me? The guy looked like he's like coked, like somebody who is like high on some strange stuff, like leveled. But because if you try to probe what he's saying as well, he's incoherent. Initially, he's there saying, as a state governor, he's the governor of the state, he is disputing the number of missing children. By now, the state government have no confirmed number of children kidnapped because they are against what the school is saying. The school said they were taking their time. Even when this happened, right? The school was like, they don't have the number, they don't know the number of children taken. So when we heard that, oh, they've taken almost 200 children quickly, Nigeria media and some of these, their social media bandits, Facebook adsmen, the media there, right? They twisted it and said, oh, it's 52 children kidnapped. So the school came out and issued a letter and said, no, we don't know the number of total children kidnapped right now. We are taking roll calls. So the following day, the school came back and said, they've done all the roll calls. They've identified the children who were not kidnapped during the whole pandemonium. And they've come up with a total of 315 missing school children with their names. So is that guy so high on coke that as a state governor, days after these children were taken away, he has no data to tell us? And he's there telling the journalist asking him question that the school are not being, so they have tried to rescue some of the children from the farmland. The journalist also said, I have visited Papiri, the place where this mass kidnapping took place. And I can tell you that there is like a minimal security presence there. That guy said, this is not the issue of security there. We are here to save life. How you want to protect life? Was it not because these communities were so vulnerable? That's what made it easier for these terrorists to get in and take them. So if a state governor is now saying, no, that doesn't matter, that's not the issue. The issue is that we are here to save life. Life will be saved. Right. I have brought you this clip, right? It is the testimony of a former Chibok girl, one of the Chibok girls kidnapped and eventually released after ransom was paid, but they didn't release all of them. Because from the data, at least over 80 of these Chibok girls are still with the terrorists. Some of them chose not to come back. From what I heard, though, or from what is documented, rather, some of them chose not to come back. They just became their wives. While others have been said to have been either killed or they've been sold to other terrorists across Africa. So that is why out of all the 200 and something Chibok girls that back there, right? At least 87 of them are said to never come back. But for those who came back, some of them got, education, psychological help, education outside Nigeria and the rest. So on different occasions, especially at the United Nations, they've had the opportunity of telling their stories. Now, this is a girl that is believed to have been part of the first mass school kidnapping in Nigeria. She was eventually relocated to the US, and I believe got all her education there, healed up, and now she could tell her story, right? So in one of such occasions, she shared with us, she shared with the committee that she was talking to, what happened that day, how the terrorists were able to get the logistics that moved over nearly 300 school children in 2015. How? You hear what I mean? She shared that story, and I want to share it with us. I want it in the diary. Just before we go to Guinea-Bissau, where another coup has now been confirmed. President of the country arrested, and the chief of staff and so many other senior government officials have all been arrested, right? But listen to this.
Hello, my name is Joy Bishara, and I am from Nigeria. On April 14, 2014, the Boko Haram terrorists came into my town, my hometown, Chibok, at night while everyone was asleep. They were shooting guns while coming to our town. I was sleeping and haven't heard of it. My friend waked me up and said, "Joy, can't you hear what is going on?" I said, "No," and I went back to sleep. She said, "Get up, we cannot go to sleep. Something is wrong. The Boko Haram people are here." And she said, "Listen." And I listened to the voices, and I can hear them shouting and shooting guns outside. I'm like, "What's going on?" She's like, "The Boko Haram terrorists are here." And we were all freaked out. We got up and we were praying for our families, because I didn't grow up there, even though I was born there. So I just hear like stories that whenever they visit families, they kill like the men and then kidnap the women, or kill the men and then leave. So I was praying, we were all praying for our families to get to a safe place, because they were all around the town. And while we were deciding on what to do, we were all like, some of us said we should just run out, and some of us said we should climb the walls and get out. But some of us said we are not allowed to leave the school, so we should just stay. We were still deciding on what to do, and a man just came in. We all were scared, so we started to kind of run, and he's like, "No, you shouldn't run. I'm just here to protect all of you, so there is nothing wrong. I'm here to protect you from what is going on outside." We trusted him, because the soldiers outside our gates used to come in whenever we scream or are scared, and then they make sure we go to bed. They take care of us before they go away. So we trusted him. We thought he was one of them. And he said we should all come in a circle. All of us were in a circle, and then he said, okay. Then a lot of them started coming into our school, into the dorm where we were all sleeping. They all came in because we were all in a circle and we have no chance to run. So when they started coming in a lot, that's when I realized, oh no, these are not the soldiers. Not all of them have uniforms, so they're not the soldiers. And it was too late to run, because they were all around us with guns and bombs, so we cannot run. And so they said that they're here, they're the Boko Haram people we have been hearing about, and they're the ones who kill, who burn churches. So they're just telling us what they do, and they say if we do not cooperate, same thing is going to happen to us. And we were all scared, crying. Some of us are like praying, and they said we have to tell them where the engine of making block is, like engine making machine. So block making machine, that was what they asked us, but we don't know where it is. So we told them we do not know. They thought we were lying, and they asked two girls to stand up among us so they thought the two girls will tell them the truth because we were in a group. They thought we were lying to them, but the two girls did repeat what we said. They said they didn't know where it is, and no one knows. So they're like, okay, if the government sent things to the school, then where does it go? And all we know was the food for the girls, which is the kitchen store. And two girls took them there. They opened the store and started getting the foods out to take with them. They're putting it in their own trucks, and when some of them are still with us in the dorms, and they asked us to start to follow them. We were coming out with them, and the schools were burning. We're all on fire, and the fires were like almost touching us. So we were helping each other pass through it. And when we went to the gate, they asked us to sit down, and we all sat down. They burned the schools. We couldn't see any teachers because they do not have mercy. They don't have mercy on anyone. So all the teachers ran away. There's no teachers in the school, and the gate man wasn't there either. And the soldiers that were outside the gate were not there too. So they have strong weapons that even the soldiers doesn't. So they cannot stand to fight them. They all ran away as well. So, and while we were sitting in front of the gate, they were burning the school, the offices. They burned every single building in the school. And then they came to us, and one of the leaders said they should go and get trucks. And my own thought was like, okay, since they don't kill women, then they're going to let us go if they're done doing whatever they're doing. So, and then they asked us to start going out. We all walked out, and they're showing our direction for us to go to. And I'm like, okay, are they not letting us go? In my heart, I was like, okay, they're taking us away since they're pointing a direction for us to follow. And all of us went with them. They asked us to sit under a tree, and some of them said we should kneel down. Some of them said, no, it's okay, we should just sit down. And the rest went and brought like 3 trucks, huge trucks that we all, they said we should say our last prayer. They're going to kill us all. So some of us are crying. We were praying, and I have my friend beside me, who waked me up. We were together all that while, and she's like, let's just pray that they change their mind, because I do not want to die. I want to go continue my studying. And in that hostel, in our dorms, they told us never to go to school again. And because they said never to go to school again, my own thought was, okay, they're going to let us go then still, since they don't want us to go back to school. But it wasn't like that. They were taking us away. We helped each other in order to climb the truck. There was a small-sized women car that we have to climb in order to enter the truck, because it was really tall and huge. So we helped each other. They said, if you want to die, you go to the left, and if you want to leave, you go into the truck. So no one wants to die. Everyone was trying to go into the truck, and all of us climbed the trucks. The truck started moving, and while I was in that car,
So that's a Chibok girl, a Chibok survivor, sharing her own experience. Yes, after they eventually released them, Alaji Shekau, yeah, she was among those released. Many of them were relocated to the United States. Yeah, since then, because you remember they were like secondary school girls. They were still young, very young at the time. And if you remember, maybe not too young, because they were sitting for their, if you remember, right, they were sitting for their they are sitting for their final WIEC examination, I think. I don't want to mix them up, right? Yeah, it was their final examination. So Werewike was the Minister of Education at the time, right? So Werewike wrote Shittiman, who was the governor of Borno State that time, that they've received an intel that Boko Haram was plotting to attack schools. And therefore, they are canceling the examination in Borno State, except if Borno State government will be willing to move all these students sitting for these examinations, right, the WAEC, move all of them to the state capital, Maiduguri. So Shittiman wrote back to Werewike and said, no, they've put security measures in place, especially They put special security in place for these children writing WAEC. So that was when, well, it practically rejected the federal help. So when Chibok, a Christian community in Borno State, got attacked, when you say Christian community, I'm talking about like a massive community of Chibok. So when the terrorists struck, they started sending wrong messages to Abuja. For example, like what they are doing in Niger State right now, that majority of you are not paying attention. Now let somebody, maybe Donald Trump or somebody in America or somebody elsewhere just say something about there are still 300 missing school children in Niger State. Everybody will now come back again and say, why are they interested in our issue? But I am reminding you now, 350 school children were taken in the Niger State. And majority of you right now are probably not even aware. That was what Egbere Jolantan did too. Shitty man, when the news broke, we didn't know that they've actually kidnapped the school children in their dorm overnight. The news didn't break until around 10 a.m. in the following morning. By 11 a.m., when the news broke that they've kidnapped school children in Chibok, around 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. in the morning. By 12 noon, another news broke. They said they found them. They've rescued all of them. By 4 p.m. that evening, it became obvious that no, they've not rescued anything. No. Yeah, when they were taking some of them away, one or two girls, they jumped down. They even hurt themselves. So the terrorists didn't even touch them. Those are the ones when the first people that ran after them early in that morning, those are the ones they saw. And the Borno State government under Shitty man was rolling out lies after lies. So the moment they realized that the girls have been taken away, settled somewhere, they now agree that, the girls have been kidnapped. By then, Goodluck Egbere Jolantan in Abuja was also being fed a different story entirely. To the point that it became a clash of what have you between the Abuja and Maiduguri. Those in Abuja are saying that Borno is not giving them information or anything about what is going on. And they are like flying blind. They have no idea what is going on in Chibok. It lasted for days before the international pressure started coming in. That was when Jonathan, that's like about maybe 4 or 5 days later, that was when Jonathan and others now officially sent people to Borno State. By then, the girls were far, far, far gone. You with me? So when they finally paid the ransom and they brought some of them back, there were so many of them that were adopted. And you heard that she kind of like speaks with so much clear edge, right? Because those of them that they took to the US got the best of the best medical care, including psychological, education, and what have you. Like, you know what I mean? So I'm going to let her finish her story, right? She is an eyewitness. So to those of you who are wondering about her accent, right? She was probably about 14 or 15 when this happened. And now, this was 2014. That was 11 years ago. No, not 11 years ago. That should be, 11 years ago. This is 2025, right? 14, yeah. 11 years ago, she is in her 20s now. She is a lady, but she still relived, she probably relived the experience all the time, right? Listen.
Moving, and while I was in that car, I was like, is this the end of all my struggling, like studying in school, dreaming of becoming a doctor? Is this where it is going to end? My hopes were like, I gave up. I'm like, okay, if this is what God wants, then it's okay. But then at the end, in that same truck, I was like, I prayed and asked God to please save me and to please let me see my families again. I do not want to go with those people. And to my surprise, something got into me and said, you should jump out. And like, I looked down at the truck was still moving. I looked down and it was, the truck is, when you look down, it's scary because the trucks move and the truck is still tall. So I'm like, no way, I'm not gonna make it. So at the end, I said, okay, it doesn't matter if I'm gonna make it or not, I'm going to jump up. if I die here, it's better for my family to find my corpse and then go with those people and didn't know what they're going to do with me. So I'm like, I'm going to jump out no matter what. So I convinced my friend because she wasn't going to do it. She knows if they see her, they're going to shoot us. So she's like, they're going to kill us. I'm not going to risk it. I'm like, it's okay, let's do it. It's fine. We better die than go with them. So she's like, okay, sure. And we jumped out, but we ran. When I jumped out, I fell with my stomach. So I got up and started running to the bush. When she saw that, okay, I was okay, so she jumped out as well. But we ran through different directions. We didn't got home together. While I was running in the bush, I met 2 of my classmates who also jumped out. I screamed because I thought they were the Boko Haram people who came to get me back. So we continued running together. From there, while we were running for hours and hours, we didn't sleep, and a motorcycle man was passing by, and we asked him to please take us home. He said he's not going to take us home without knowing who we are. So we said, okay. We didn't trust, from that time on, we didn't trust anyone. We didn't want to tell him who we are because we are scared. We didn't trust him. So I'm like, no, we shouldn't tell him who we are. Some of us said we have to tell him in order for him to help us. We need help. We cannot continue running like this. Our feet are all bloody because the bush was a thorny bush. So it scratched our skin and everything. And they're like, we have to get help. So we gave up at the end. We told him who we are. And he's like, yeah, sure, why not? So he took us back to Chibok. And while we went back to Chibok, parents from the schools went to the school and look, there are no students, and everyone is crying, where are the students? When they saw us, they gathered around, where are the rest of the girls? We're like, we jumped out of the truck, we don't know. Some of them jump out as well, so I don't know if your kids are in it, if your daughter is in it, but we don't know, so they might get back. So be patient, and we just comfort them, everyone is crying. While I went home, my mom was as well crying, like I'm dead. So my neighbors were there for her, comforting her and everything. And 2 congresswomen from the United States, Congress Wilson and Joyce, they went to Nigeria to hear the story from us because they have been hearing like a little bit of the story. They don't know the complete story. So they went to Nigeria to hear from the students who escaped. And that was how she looked for scholarship here for us to continue our studies. And I didn't want to continue studying because of what they said at that time. But when I was accepted in Grundy, Virginia, I'm like, okay, I want to become a doctor, save lives. Then if I do not go to school, that is not going to be possible. So I have to go to school. I'm thinking of making that decision while I'm still thinking at the voice that says, do not go to school, or else wherever you go, do not think you're safe. We're going to get you. So that voice is still there, and I'm still deciding. I'm like, okay, fine. I'm going to go to school no matter what. So I'm not giving up my dreams. I'm going. And that was how I made the decision of coming here to continue my study. My own prayers and hope is like for schools to be protected and for students not to go through what I went through, because it wasn't a good experience and no student will want to go. I will never want to repeat that horrible experience. So I do not want any student to go through that same experience. And the way that will happen is if schools are protected. So my own advice is the government need to protect schools for students to go and study their careers and go out and just change the world, be involved. Without education, then we'll not even all be here. Like everyone has a good position because of an education. So why preventing other children of their own right? Like it's the right of every child to go to school. That's what I believe. So if schools are protected, if the government protects its people, and the students are being protected and feel safe to study, then they will study their career and go out and be. If the schools are not protected, then many generations will not be educated, which will not be good because no one will get a good position and no one will like be a leader. Because of educations, some of us got to be presidents, ambassadors, chairmen, and we just have good positions. Then why is it that we cannot protect other students to study? Another day we will not all be here. Then the young generations need to be in that same position in order to make the nations, to make the countries move on. So if we are not protected to study in a safe place, and then we are being attacked, killed, and by people who do not believe in education, then all that dreams and hope and the dreams and hope of children studying and becoming something in the future to help the nations, then it will not be possible. So I advise that schools should be protected, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. There's one weary on Facebook, Machiavelli be something. He's been having a meltdown. He's been having problem with her accent. Probably is, I don't know, but I've got rid of him, by the way. He's been like spamming the comment section with, oh, this is staged. What kind of accent is this? How can anybody call this one Nigerian? You are so daft and so stupid enough not to actually follow the story that after the incident, which happened 11 years ago, she got a scholarship, not just herself, and many other Chibok girls, given to them by two congressmen or two Congress members from the United States that took them to Georgia. He is actually addressing this issue from America, but one weary on Facebook has been having a meltdown, jumping from each comment. This is staged. This is nonsense. This is the I want weary or lunatics, for God's sake, man. We need to probably have a technology that's going to be asking, do you have mental problem? Is your mental health problem is chronic? Are you completely mad now? So that technology will know that the number of mad people with a smartphone and the number of mad people who have access to internet. I don't know, like, why do you get triggered? Because you are probably one of those who deny that Chibok never happened, have you? And hearing things like that is probably making you feel so sad. Eh? Have you killing your mashimani meltdown when you are watching somebody telling their own story, and you're having a meltdown, you're having a meltdown on Facebook. Eh? Girl, that's the problem. We're in Nigeria, and the reason why everybody is acting mad, they can't tell you.
My checkpoint. Come here. Come here.
Who person? You dey give person money? Okay, like now, no be work you dey so. No be work you dey.
Calm down, let me call you. Calm down.
Waiting dey there. The thing where they vex me.
Now first you dey vex, where only you can't dey.
I said the thing where they do. My brother, for my life again, to allow person no go fit hold me credit again, no. To hold me credit like this, I no go allow again.
Before on call, you no suppose.
I go work with the energy, with everything, with the hungry. For body, to pay the money.
Take fearless code one. Make you step down your anger. Step down your anger. It's very important. You have to step down your. Now code fearless. So boy, this life no hard. Even if they calm down, they make you vex, but you go calm down. Take fearless. Now code one. If you drink now, you go see your temper will come down. Now drink calm. You see how you feel am? How you feel am now? How you see your body?
You're fine.
You're fine. That's my own achievement. That you're fine. Drink it finish. No, drink it finish. So don't let anybody disturb your temper in this hot sun. As I was like, are you a madman or
no?
You're not mad, so you see that you don't allow anybody to turn you to a madman. It's hot in the afternoon. You know that. So just pray to God that God, this person where they hold me, God touch your heart, may pay me my money. You understand? What's your name, Oga? Ọlá ọmọ Yorùbá ni Yorùbá ni lẹ máa lọ bá wọn tó yá ọ̀gá lọ jayé ẹ máa lọ jàre ẹ fi ẹni ẹ sọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run ẹ máa lọ yá náà. My checkpoint.
Do you get it now? There are so many people that are mad. There are only little thing they need, because what would make somebody who I believe there is an older person having a meltdown because a cheaper girl is telling a story and encouraging that children should be protected in school, and you are having a meltdown. Now, if they ask you, the last data to my phone, other free data, they have this thing they give to them, free. I think they call it free browsing, Facebook free browsing. One meltdown because someone sharing our own traumatic experience. They staged it. This nonsense. Nigeria majority, man. Anyway, in Guinea-Bissau, by the way, you probably have heard the news, okay? So they had an election yesterday. I'm sorry, not yesterday, on Sunday. It was meant to be a presidential election. So where the incumbent was probably running, then you have his own opposition. So they went into this election that the opposition declared victory, that they won, while the incumbent claimed victory too. Now, that's like 4 days ago. So 3 days after that, you be like everything don't scatter. And Guinea-Bissau, people started hearing, gone. This must be cool. Cool it was. Sorry, I increased the back sound simply because of the gunshot. If not, it's going to flag the video. You know, they did pa, pa, pa. And indeed, it was a coup, because moment after that, the president of the country got arrested. A member of his, senior member of the government who were around were also rounded up. The person that led the coup happened to be the chief of army staff. It's like the head of the military security, presidential guard or something, right? So his own speech. Read the subtitle. I'll take this off the screen so you can read what he's saying, why they planned the coup.
Denise Nkanha, chefe da Casa Militar do Presidente da República. O Alto Comando Militar para a Restauração de Segurança Nacional e Ordem Pública. Comunicado. Instaurado pela alta chefia de diferentes ramos das Forças Armadas, o Alto Comando Militar para a Restauração de Segurança Nacional e Ordem Pública acaba de assumir plenitude dos poderes do Estado da República da Guiné-Bissau. Profundamente comprometido com os valores de segurança nacional, paz civil, da defesa da integridade territorial e independência da Guiné-Bissau, o Alto Comando Militar para a Restauração de Segurança Nacional e Ordem Pública reage à descoberta de um plano em curso de desestabilização do nosso país, para a operacionalização da qual se montou um esquema operacional oriundo de alguns políticos nacionais com a participação do conhecido barão de droga. nacionais e estrangeiros, bem como tentativa de manipulação de resultados eleitorais. A efetivação desse plano foi descoberto pelo Serviço de Informação do Estado um depósito de armamento de guerra. Assim, até que toda a situação seja convenientemente esclarecida e reposta as condições para o pleno retorno à normalidade constitucional. O Alto Comando Militar para a Restauração de Segurança Nacional e Ordem Pública decide depor imediatamente o Presidente da República, encerrar até a novas ordens todas as instituições da República da Guiné-Bissau. Suspender novas ordens até novas ordens.
So the point is Tiwa, problem Tiwa, Guinea-Bissau, power has changed hands. So another sheriff is in town. And of course, Nigerians can only imagine. Yeah? In everything you wish for that contraption. Here you get, don't wish for military coup. And if you wish for it as well, there is also going to be a bit of positive side to that eventually, because Omako accelerate the breakup of that Nigeria. But our time is stretched, but I want to take you to Ibadan. A very quick one. And also a quick reminder, okay? Like the broadcast if you haven't already. Subscribe to my channel as well, please. Right? So, the corridor road built by Soloma Kende Ibadan has generated a lot of problems because, according to the landowners or homeowners in Ologuneru, there's a place called Ologuneru along that corridor, where it was said that the former governor of the state, who is dead now, Ajirebi of Ibadan, was the one who approved the 500 meters space gap from the main road, from the road construction, without considering the properties of those who have already built their homes along that path before the roads was even done, right? So they've been protesting all this while. They have been frying akara that Soloma Kende will die if he continues to take their land and demolish their homes. So eventually he went to see them today. And the good news about their visit is that he has reduced the distance from the road, the meter, he has reduced it from 500 now to 150, and possibly promised to compensate those who have lost their properties as well in this. So that is expected to reduce tension. But all that happened at Ologuneru today, for those of you who witnessed it live, to those of you who have properties along that route but didn't witness it today, I can show you what happened. First, from the the victims themselves, those who have been protesting in Ibadan. Now at Ologuneru, they had a chance of speaking directly to Sheyi. Let's hear that.
Àwọn èèyàn tó jókòó sí àìtẹ̀dù bó kí yọ. Mo dẹ̀ kí tolórí tẹlẹ́mù tó wà ní ibi báyìí náà. Orúkọ tèmi ni Akínfẹ́miwá Àbáyọ̀mí.
Ido is densely populated. If you can please, sir, take a little tour around Ido now. You will see how populated it is. Even the 150 right of way that is here. People are already crying, they are dying, so many people are in the hospitals. We have widows here, we have widowers, we have artisans that built these houses even for 10 years. Sir, I built my house for 10 years. I built it with the gratuity that was given to my late husband. I have 3 children, and so are other widows that are here. If you displace us, where do we go? What do? We have our businesses here. Our children go to school here. We worship here. Our root is planted here. Please, sir, we beg you, look on us with compassion. You have done it before at the music house. It's standing here today because of you. Please, sir, extend that act of compassion to us. Please, if you can help us reduce the 150 meters to 60 so that the disaster will not be too much. And please cancel the corridor. Please cancel the corridor. Where do we go? If you can cancel the corridor, voting so that any government coming shall know that yes, corridor has been cancelled. And for the record, sir, we are not the one frying Akara. It is the Ido local government chairman that fries and said it is in your own instruction.
They decided to play politics with him as well, like they denied. But yeah, was Makinde in his own response quickly.
This administration, in first segment, second segment, which is from Badeku to Fidemania, is 40 kilometers. And share hydraulic structures, our bridges and co. Lower by. I do hope this administration will be able to do that. But from Mania to Fipada Sitek you to Babi, another administration last year, Ntemi fẹ́ ṣe ní pé look, àwọn tó bá yẹ ká san compensation fún, ẹ jẹ́ san compensation fún wọn. Ibi tí the main road tó bá fẹ́ lọ, I will just clear it and leave it so that everybody know pé this is circular road. If it's another 3 years from now, the state yìí ní owó to construct that one. Gbogbo wàhálà yìí kò ní sí mọ́ nígbà yẹn. So I am offering myself to solve as much of our problems as possible. I will not say, okay, I promise Oyo State people, I will work for them until the last moment of the last day. So, Ejo, see, we all belong to this state. And they need challenges. Èmi náà máa já kàràmbí ilé ni o kí tó lọ. Ṣé kí wá jẹ́? Ok. Ṣé rí pé ẹ̀yin tó jẹ́ pé ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kàn lẹ́wà ń bì? Àwọn tí wọ́n lọ sí toll gate pé àwọn ń dín àkàrà ṣe yìí and all of those things. For how many days ni wọ́n fi ṣe? Kí ni cost ẹ̀ sí economy wa? And let me say this. Yes, you have every right láti protest. But àwọn kan náà ní every right láti go about their economic activities. Tóbi tí right ẹnìkan ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó parí sí ní tẹlòmíì ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. So I'm happy pé any strong association níbí. And the decision that I've taken, bí mo ṣe jókòó síbẹ̀ yẹn ni pé New Towns and Cities Development Authority òun nìkan the single point of responsibility. No more Ministry of Land, no more Surveyor General, no more anybody. You deal with New Towns and Cities Development Authority. They will set up a team. You will set up a team. No, as this says, no house will be demolished without any compensation. Now, issue here where you raise, I will personally call for it. If it is true, I shall touch it. I'm not saying I'm the most perfect human being. If you don't need a label to tell me, Ọlọ́run nìkan ni ó gbọ́n tán tó gbọ́n tán. Tóbi tí àṣìṣe bá wà, we're ready to listen to you. It is your government. That is the law.
Anyway, so that is what we're going to wrap it up at this evening. So thank you so much for your time, everyone. You should have a great evening and a wonderful night as well. But please like the broadcast as you are signing out. Thank you and a good night.
mọ̀ tó jódodo. Maiyegun diary Nayibi #1. Maiyegun ti dé o ọ̀rẹ́ ará ìlú. Maiyegun diary Nayibi #1. Lórí Facebook lórí YouTube. Maiyegun diary Nayibi #1. Gbogbo bó ṣe ń lọ ni Maiyegun já wa sí. Maiyegun diary Nayibi #1. Àṣírí ọ̀jẹ̀lú kì í bò níbẹ̀ o. Maiyegun diary Nayibi #1. Bó bá ṣe eré àní Maiyegun máa wí. Maiyegun diary Nayibi #1. Ó sì tún ṣe eré wàá gbọ́ níbẹ̀ o. Maiyegun diary Nayibi #1. Maiyegun diary Politico. Maiyegun diary Nayibi #1. Godfatherism kò sí lọ́rọ̀ Maiyegun. Maiyegun diary Nayibi #1. Ẹ farabalẹ̀ sẹ́ o kẹgọ́rọ̀ lẹ́nu o. Maiyegun diary Nayibi #1. Àní Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun diary Nayibi #1. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Lórí Facebook. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Lórí YouTube. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Bọ́ bàbá gbé wúrẹ́. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Ijó ìgbádìyẹ. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Presidency bá rúfin o. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Kí gómìnà kówó jẹ. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọlọ́pàá ti ń darí pa. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Aṣòfin tí ń rúfin o. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Òwúrọ̀ olóṣèlú. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran o. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ òní fi wọ́n níran. Wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò bẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀. Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò bẹ́ẹ̀. Oníkan ṣáàtì ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe fáwọn ará ìlú tó gbé wọn débẹ̀ o. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ òní fi wọ́n níran. Kì máa yí ṣeré ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣẹ̀fẹ̀. Kì máa yí ṣeré ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣẹ̀fẹ̀. Ẹni bá ti lè lẹ́bọ̀ lẹ́rù o ọmọ bá dèrò kàṣà ìtú wọn síta. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ òní fi wọ́n níran. Tẹnitẹni ọmọ Maiyegun ọ̀rẹ́ ara ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni mo
fọlọ́run ṣọ́ ẹ̀ bá kìlẹ́bù lóòótọ́ olódodo ìlú ọ̀tá ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni ìwọ ṣá máa ń ṣọ́ra kò sì mọ́ bẹ̀rù bọ́tà ń lè rí bóníṣègùn lé káwọn mọ̀mọ́ fi ṣera wọn ni ó ti dẹrùn tí wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ sì mọ́ bẹ̀. èèpo ọ̀gọ̀ lọmọ bá dérò tàjẹ́ ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ ó ti dọba lórí àbínú ẹni kò sì mọ́ bùyà àìsíwọ̀lú ní ẹnìkẹ́ ìgbódì ẹyin lábàrá o ó kó ẹni tó bá dán o àkàmù Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lúwẹ̀ túnra kì Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lúwẹ̀ túnra kì o ẹ̀yin bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dèrò òní fi wọ́n níran o.